A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. Although Larry Noble feels that he can never repay his wife Mary for her sacrifice in saving him from a murder trial, when Mary uncovered evidence that showed it was Claudia Vincent who actually killed Oliver Wilson, Larry now feels certain that Mary doesn't want him near her while she recovers from the burns she suffered when Claudia Vincent flung acid in her face as an act of revenge. For Larry has found the telegram sent to his wife by the playwright Tom Bryson from Hollywood. And Larry now knows that this sudden offer of a movie contract was instigated by Mary, who is still in a New York hospital where her face and hands are entirely covered with bandages. What Larry fails to realize is that Mary has called on their good friend Tom for help because she wants Larry to be free of the worry over her and over their desperate financial status. Right now, in a telegraph office, we find Larry filling out a telegraph blank. And as he takes it to the desk, we hear...
Is this to be a day letter or a straight telegram?
Straight telegram, please. I want it to get there as quickly as possible.
The name is Tom Bryson?
That's right. Bryson, Hollywood, California.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9...
I think you'll find it's 25 words. Accept picture offer unconditionally with many thanks. Both Mary and I delighted. Plan to leave New York on first plane available. We'll wire exact details. Signed, Larry. I've written my own name and address down there at the bottom. Also my telephone number, miss.
Yes, sir. I'll look up the charges on the straight wire to Hollywood.
Meanwhile, Mary has wakened from her sleep in her room at the hospital. And since she can't see because of the bandages on her face, she calls out,
Larry, are you there, darling?
He had to leave for a little while, Mrs. Noble.
Oh, Nurse Clark. Must have fallen asleep.
The best thing you could do. Now, if you'll let me give you your fruit juice and raise the bed just a little at the top.
All right. How long have I been sleeping, Miss Clark?
Not over an hour, Mrs. Noble. Now, let's just raise the head a little. Is that comfortable?
Oh, it's fine, thanks.
Now then, your juice. Just take a few sips. That's right. A little more? Mm-mm. Very well. I'll bring some later.
Oh, did my husband say how long he'd be gone?
He mentioned something about sending a telegram, Mrs. Noble, and just hurried out. I guess he'll be back soon. He's very devoted, isn't he?
Yes, Miss Clark. He's wonderful.
I do think you're very fortunate to have such a wonderfully attentive husband. And so famous, too. I've always thought that when a person got to be a big Broadway star, he'd be inclined to be selfish and conceited. But Mr. Noble isn't like that at all.
No, he's not the least bit like that.
Must be wonderful being married to a man like that, so handsome. Except I suppose he has every woman in the world running after him.
Oh, it's not quite as bad as that.
Well, he certainly is devoted to you. Oh, and I feel sorry for the poor man. He's so worried. Not that you can blame him, but it's a shame to see the look in his eyes.
I only wish I could keep him from worrying so much. I've tried to make him stop.
You can't make people stop worrying, Mrs. Noble. I ought to know after all the patients I've cared for.
Miss Clark, have any of your other patients been badly burned, like I am, for instance?
No, Mrs. Noble. You're the first case of this kind I've ever taken. I must say you're very brave. It's been a pleasure to look after you.
Thank you. It's nice of you to say so. I was hoping that perhaps you could give me some idea, just off the record, what I can expect when Dr. Allen removes the bandages.
I wish I could answer that, but I'm afraid you'll just have to wait. Dr. Allen is very encouraged, however. He thinks you're getting along remarkably well.
I wish I knew how much of that to believe.
Dr. Allen wouldn't say that if he didn't mean it. He's a very careful man, and he never overstates a fact.
I know that only too well. I wish I knew what he means by getting along remarkably well. Does that mean that my face isn't going to be disfigured? That I won't be a shocking sight when it finally heals?
Dr. Allen will do everything that can be done. You can safely leave the treatment up to him, Mrs. Noble.
You've been with him when he's changed the bandages. Tell me truthfully, nurse, how does my face look?
It's healing very well. Of course, it isn't easy to say just what you can expect. since the whole area is heavily coated to keep the air from reaching the burns.
I see. Well, I guess there's nothing to do except wait. I wonder what my husband is going to say on that wire.
Oh, you mean the one he was going out to send?
Yes. He's going to a close friend of ours in Hollywood. A very famous playwright who's been out there for the past 2 months or more. With a back injury he got while riding.
Those injuries can be very difficult.
Yes. Tom Bryson would have been back in New York long ago if it hadn't been for that. He's just about our closest friend in the world. And he'd never have stayed away while either of us was in trouble.
I've often wondered what it's like out there in Hollywood. Seeing big movie stars. Oh, it must be rather exciting, Mrs. Noble.
I guess so.
Has Mr. Noble done much movie work? I don't remember seeing him in pictures.
Oh, he hasn't done very much, Nurse. He's been too busy here in New York. And the theater is his first love. Although I had hoped he might be going out there soon to make a picture.
Perhaps he will. As soon as he finds out when your bandages can be removed and when you're entirely out of danger.
That will be too late. They want him right away.
But Mr. Noble wouldn't leave you. He's too devoted.
I'm afraid so.
Oh, good gracious, Mrs. Noble. You ought to be very glad. Oh, I'd give anything in the world to have a man like Mr. Noble feel like that about me. Not that there's any fear of that, but still.
You don't understand, Nurse. I mean that I think it would be better for my husband to be away for a little while. To be free of this hospital room. And the worry over me.
Well, if I were in your place, you can just bet I wouldn't send my husband away or even think of having him go. I'd just be glad he wanted to stay with me.
Yes, Miss Clark, I am glad. I doubt if I could tell you just how I feel about it all.
Oh, goodness, will you look at the time? I better hurry and make out my chart or I'll be in trouble. Will you be all right for a few minutes, Mrs. Noble?
Yes, thanks. Quite all right.
Very well, then. I'll be back in just a little while. Try to sleep a little more if you can.
And at the same time, we find Larry at the ticket counter of the air terminal at 42nd Street and Vanderbilt Avenue in New York. And as he talks to the clerk, we hear...
Let me be sure to get this straight. The plane leaves from LaGuardia Airport at 10 tonight, huh?
That's right, sir. Will you be taking the limousine?
Yes, I guess so.
That leaves at 9:25 from downstairs.
Right, thanks. Well, I guess that covers everything. I'll have to hurry to make it, but I guess I can manage. Wonder what I'd better do first. Better go to the hospital. And if I can't make it back to the club to pack, I'll just have to get along as best I can. Let's see now. I've exactly... Oh, I ought to have plenty of time. It isn't as though Mary would be against this trip. She's the one who wants me to go. Not that I blame her. It's all my fault she's there in the hospital now. If I hadn't been taken in by Claudia Vincent's lies, it wouldn't have happened. But it's too late to change that. If only Mary wouldn't pretend that everything is all right. If she wouldn't break me down so by saying she loves me, it'd be easier to bear. Well, if this is the way she wants it, I'll string along. Taxi! Oh, taxi!
And a few minutes later, Mary's nurse, Miss Clark, enters her room, and Mary says...
Larry, is that you?
No, Mrs. Noble. It's your nurse.
Oh, Miss Clark. I'm being a nuisance, but I thought my husband would be back before this.
You see, for all your talk about having him go away, you can't bear to have him out of the room for more than a little while at a time. Well, don't you worry. He'll soon show up. You couldn't get him to leave for very long.
Is it all right to come in?
Oh, Larry, darling.
There now. What did I tell you? Our patient has been asking about you, Mr. Noble.
Oh. You were sleeping when I left, Mary.
I know. Did you send Tom Bryson a wire?
Yes, I did.
And what did you tell him?
I said I would accept the Hollywood offer with great pleasure.
Larry, did you really?
Well, yes. Isn't that what you wanted me to do?
Well, of course, but... Well, I thought you said... Well, I mean, earlier this afternoon...
I thought it over and decided I'd be a fool to turn down such an offer, Mary. At a time like this, when I need it so badly. You do want me to go, don't you?
I think it would be the best thing for you, darling.
Well, that's what I figured. Well, it's all settled. I leave by plane at 10 tonight. Be there by morning.
So soon? Why, that's only a few hours away.
Yes, I realize that. But Tom's wire said it was urgent to get there right away. And since you think it's a good idea, what's the sense in wasting time, Mary?
No, I never.
What's the matter with that nurse, Mary?
I don't know, Larry. I didn't realize Miss Clark was still in the room.
Well, this is what you want, isn't it, Mary? You're quite sure?
I'm quite sure, darling. And I'm glad you decided it was the best thing for you to do.
There's a sudden silence in the room as each person considers this Hollywood trip from a different point of view. Be sure to be listening tomorrow to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband Larry Noble, famous Broadway star.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. Well, last Friday fell on the 13th of the month, a day of caution for the superstitious. But to our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, it didn't mean a thing.
No, indeed. Even when my landlady told me at breakfast that our cat Minerva came home with 2 black kittens, I just laughed and said, Mrs. Davis, no.
Oh, yes. They've just had our last drop of milk.
But Minerva and I were always so friendly. She didn't say a word to me about this.
Oh, the kittens aren't Minerva's. I don't know where they belong. All I know is that we can't afford to keep them. It would mean 2 more mouths to feed.
You're right, Mrs. Davis. We've got enough trouble feeding the mouths we've got.
Say, I've got an idea. We could leave them in the Snodgrass pet shop until we located the owners. Stretcher's father has all sorts of things in his place.
That's true. He even has Stretch.
Good old Stretch. That boy certainly is a fine athlete.
Yes, he is. Now, if there was only some way we could find to exercise his brain. Don't worry about the kittens, Mrs. Davis. I'll have Walter Denton drop them off at the pet shop on our way to school this morning.
Good. And one more thing, Connie. Would you deliver this jar to Mr. Conklin when you get to school?
Certainly, Mrs. Davis. What have you cooked up for our beloved principal?
It's a secret concoction, Connie. My own recipe. It never fails.
Good. How long does it take to work, and will they find out what's in it at the autopsy?
It's just a remedy for hiccups, Connie. It contains nothing but juniper juice, oil of cloves, a dash of vinegar, some vanilla extract, a spoonful of baking soda.
Tell me the rest after breakfast.
Well, that's about all there is to it. But it's very good. Mrs. Conklin says it's just a nervous reaction. She called last night and told me he got the hiccups yesterday, just a few minutes after he found out that the superintendent of schools is visiting him this afternoon.
Mr. Michaels? Why should he give Mr. Conklin the hiccups?
Well, there's a new term starting in February, and it seems that Mr. Michaels wants to chat with Osgood about the way he's running Madison.
You mean if Mr. Michaels finds fault with something, there's a chance that Mr. Conklin may not be... Oh, now cut it out, Connie. You're too old to live in a dream world. Oh, that's Walter Denton. Come in, Walter.
I'd better go into the kitchen. I've got to clean those dishes I used for the kitten's milk.
Why don't you let Minerva do the dishes? They're her friends.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Did I hear Mrs. Davis mention kittens?
Just some transient acquaintances, Walter. We're going to drop them off at Stretch's pet shop on the way to school.
Oh, swell. Stretch will get a big kick out of them. He loves animals. All kinds of animals.
I know. You've been friends for years, haven't you? I hope you're not superstitious, Walter, but these are both black cats, and today is Friday the 13th.
Oh, that doesn't bother me, Miss Brooks. This is going to be a red-letter day in my memory. The day when the results of careful planning should be brought to fruition.
Translation?
Well, you've heard of Cure That Habit Incorporated, haven't you?
You mean the outfit that helps people overcome alcoholism?
Yes, ma'am. They got a big ad in the papers. You know, perhaps you or someone near and dear to you is a victim of this dread disease. Send for our instructive literature telling how you, too, can be cured. Well, day before yesterday, I sent for it.
You, Walter? I always thought you were strictly a 2 Coke a day man.
Oh, well, I didn't sign my name and address to the request. I printed the name of someone very near and dear to me.
Who?
Osgood Conklin.
Walter, Mr. Conklin doesn't drink. Why, even on New Year's Eve, he just had fruit punch. His proudest boast is that he's a teetotaler.
Well, that's the humor of it. When he gets all this stuff in the mail, he'll think that somebody somewhere doesn't believe that he doesn't drink. That thought alone should turn him purple.
It'll probably be quite a picturesque spectacle. But I still don't think it's right, Walter. Does Harriet know about this rib?
Of course not. She's his daughter. She likes Mr. Conklin.
Well, she's bright in other ways. Now, come on, Walter. We've got to get started for school if we're going to drop those kittens off.
Okay, Miss Brooks. Oh, one thing before we go. Everything I've told you today is strictly confidential. And not that I'm asking for an oath of secrecy or anything. I know that I couldn't possibly feel the admiration and respect for you that I do feel if I thought you'd rat on me. I mean, betray my confidence about this joke I'm pulling.
Well, don't worry, Walter. Your secret is safe with me.
Miss Brooks, that statement makes me feel warm all over.
Really?
Sure. In a dangerous practical joke like this, it's great to know that somebody else is in it with you up to her ears.
Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Chalmers. What can I do for you?
Well, Mr. Michaels, as superintendent of schools, you're acquainted, no doubt, with the principal of Madison High School.
Oh, yes, that's Osgood Conklin. Matter of fact, I'm going to see him this afternoon.
Then I'd very much like to go with you. You see, Mr. Michaels, my son attends Madison High, and I'm very anxious to find out the meaning of this postcard which arrived at my office this morning.
Postcard?
Yes, sir. I'll read it to you. It's addressed to Cure That Habit Incorporated. That's my firm, Mr. Michaels. And it says, kindly send me all your literature. I am determined once and for all to rid myself of the curse of alcoholism. It's signed, Osgood Conklin.
Here we are, Miss Brooks. Dear old Madison High.
I should have known that the Snodgrass pet shop doesn't open until 9. What in the world are we going to do with these kittens, Walter?
Gosh, I don't know, Miss Brooks. Mr. Conklin's awfully strict about pets in the building. The only animals allowed are in Mr. Boynton's lab. Oh, say, we could keep them in there until lunch period.
That's right. Then Stretch could take them over to his dad's shop. Come on, Walter, let's take them in. Wait a minute, where are the kittens?
I got them in my sweater pocket. See, here's one. And here's the other one.
So much for Maxine and Laverne.
Hello, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Patty. I mean, Harriet.
Hey, Harriet. I gotta run now. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, Walter.
How does your dad feel, Harriet? Are the hiccups gone?
Yes, Miss Brooks. They disappeared about an hour ago. But I'm afraid it isn't permanent. Every time something unpleasant happens, it brings them on again.
Well, maybe this remedy that Mrs. Davis sent down will be of some help. I'd better take it into him right now.
All right, Miss Brooks. See you in class.
Come in.
It's me, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, Miss Brooks. Well, they're back.
Who's back?
Does that answer your question?
Maybe you should see a doctor, Mr. Conklin.
Saw a doctor yesterday. Told me to relax and they go away. Relax. What's in that jar you've got there?
It's a hiccup cure that Mrs. Davis asked me to give you. She made it herself.
What's in it?
Nothing but juniper juice, oil of cloves, a dash of vinegar, some vanilla extract, and baking soda.
I'd rather have the hiccup.
Mr. Conklin, if you haven't got anything else handy, maybe you ought to try some of Mrs. Davis's remedy.
Well, I might take just one swallow of the stuff. Give it here.
Well, Mr. Conklin, what does it taste like?
Well, it tastes like... Like...
What's the difference as long as it does the job?
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. No other dentifrice offers proof of such results. Proof that Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts. 2 years' research at leading universities using Colgate Dental Cream, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice history on tooth decay. Conclusive proof that when teeth are brushed with Colgate right after eating, Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts. Yes, the toothpaste you use to clean your breath while you clean your teeth now offers a safe, proved way to reduce tooth decay. Modern science shows decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst right after eating. Brushing teeth with Colgate as directed helps remove acids before they harm enamel. Colgate Dental Cream has been proved to contain all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care. Get Colgate Dental Cream today. Big economy size, only 59 cents. Remember, no other dentifrice offers proof of such results. So always use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay before it starts.
Well, after giving Mr. Conklin an antidote for Mrs. Davis's hiccup remedy, I returned to my classroom and whiled away the hours before lunch by teaching a bit of English. Promptly at noon, I found myself, by the amazing coincidence which occurs daily, at Mr. Boynton's biology lab.
Come in. Oh, it's you, Miss Brooks. I'm glad you dropped in. Very glad indeed.
Honestly, Mr. Boynton?
I should say so. You've got to get these cats out of here.
Oh. No, don't worry about that. Walter Denton has asked Stretch to pick them up and take them to the Snodgrass pet shop.
Oh, good.
Where are they, Mr. Boynton?
Well, I had to keep them over here in a separate cage, away from the white mice. They were pretty upset.
Cats do that to mice as a rule.
Well, here they are. This one loves to be petted. So does this one, for that matter.
Hello, Mr. Boynton. Excuse me, Miss Brooks. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, that's all right, Stretch.
Oh, I don't mind waiting if you want to finish your song.
No, thanks. I don't know the rest of the words.
Are these the cats Walter wants me to take down to the shop?
Oh, that's right, Stretch. You think you can handle them all right?
Oh, sure. I love animals. Gosh, I think animals are smarter than a lot of people of whom I'm acquainted with.
I know they're smarter than some people of whom I'm acquainted with.
Before I take the cats, Mr. Boynton, I'd like to talk to you about a swap. You got a bullfrog in here I'd like to show my dad.
Oh, you don't mean my pet McDougal?
Oh, no, sir. I know you wouldn't let Mac out of your sight. I mean this big fellow over here. Hiya, boy. Hiya, big fella. You see? He knows me. Say more, fella.
He certainly talks your language.
If you'll let me have him, Mr. Boynton, I'll give you Clarence.
Clarence?
I got him right here in my pocket. There he is. Well, don't be scared. He's perfectly harmless, isn't he, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, yes, of course. It's completely non-poisonous, Miss Brooks. This little creature's a milk snake.
That's right, Miss Brooks. Just a little old milk snake.
Must take a pretty shallow bucket.
Well, he couldn't possibly hurt anyone, Miss Brooks. He's just a baby.
That doesn't prove anything. When I was a baby, I bit people all the time. Take him away, Stretch, please.
Well, yes, Stretch. You keep the snake and take the frog along, too.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Boynton. I'll take awful good care of him.
Don't forget the kitten, Stretch.
Well, I won't. Let's see now. Well, it's a good thing I wore my sport jacket today. I can put the kittens in the side pockets, the frog in an inside pocket, and Clarence in my breast pocket.
Too bad you're not a kangaroo. You could give me a lift to the cafeteria.
Oh, I'm not going to the cafeteria. I got to go to the principal's office and clean it up. Mr. Conklin's expecting some high brass down.
You mean the chandelier's loose?
No, ma'am. The superintendent of schools is coming here. And that reminds me, Mr. Conklin says that you should inspect his office as soon as I get through and see that everything's spick and span.
Me?
That's right, Miss Brooks. Well, I better get going. Thanks for the keen frog, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, you're welcome, Stretch.
See you in a little while, Miss Brooks.
Oh, that's just dandy. Now I won't be able to accept your charming invitation to lunch, Mr. Boynton.
What invitation? Oh, you mean to lunch? Gee, Miss Brooks, maybe you could have a quick lunch with me and then inspect Mr. Conklin's office.
I hate to disappoint you, Mr. Boynton, but that's just what I'm going to do.
The last window's clean. Mr. Conklin's office looks neat as a pin. Don't you think so, Miss Brooks?
Let's see. Yes, it looks very nice, Stretch. Mr. Conklin should be very pleased when he gets back from lunch.
Oh, I hope so. Now I'll put my jacket back on and get these animals back to the... Hey, wait a minute. They're gone.
Who's gone?
Everybody. The kittens, the frog, and the snake. They must have crawled out of my pockets when I put my jacket down.
Oh, no. Well, they must be in the office somewhere. We've got to find them before...
Well, let's see how the place looks.
Mr. Conklin.
You've done a very nice job, Stretch.
Well, thanks, Mr. Conklin.
You can run along now. Miss Brooks, you will stay here and help me find some papers.
Yes, sir.
But, Mr. Conklin...
I've already thanked you, Snodgrass. Now go. Now then, Miss Brooks, I've been trying to locate the semi-annual report I made to the Board of Education 6 months ago. Will you kindly look in the top drawer of my desk while I try the closet here?
Very well, Mr. Conklin. It's not in there.
You hardly looked, Miss Brooks.
I saw enough.
It's not in here either. Oh, it must be in this drawer. Let me look for myself. You were right, Miss Brooks. There's nothing in there but a cat. Well, maybe it's in this other drawer. No, just another cat. Well, in that case, I'll simply have... Just another cat! Miss Brooks, what are those two cats doing in my desk?
Maybe they're looking for the report, too. They might have strayed in through an open window, Mr. Conklin. I'll have them removed at once.
Well, see that you do. But first, go look in my filing cabinet.
Yes, sir.
Look under letter B.
Yes, sir. What are you doing in here? You should be filed under F. It's not in here, Mr. Conklin.
Well, it must be somewhere. Let me look. What's in this batch? Let's see. One letter from Boys Town. My Beaver Patrol badge. One communication from the board. One frog. An invitation to the Elks barbecue. Another notice of a board meeting. A letter from... One frog! Miss Brooks, there's a frog hopping around my filing cabinet.
Frog?
Yes, he's jumping all over the place. What'll I do, Miss Brooks?
Why don't you hit him with the snake that's crawling on your coat lapel?
That's a good idea. I'll just take this snake and then I'll... Take this snake!
Here, Mr. Conklin, just file him under S.
What's going on here? Miss Brooks, look! Look, this mark on my hand. That snake bit me. I'm poisoned.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin, he
I've
couldn't...
got to be inoculated. Quick, take me to the first aid room.
Now, just sit in that chair and relax for a minute, Mr. Conklin. I'll be right back.
As you say, Miss Brooks.
Hiya, Miss Brooks. I got all the animals out of Mr. Conklin's office.
Good. For a while there, he thought the snake bit him, but I've convinced Mr. Conklin that the mark on his hand is just a bruise. In fact, I was looking for some rubbing alcohol, but they seem to be out of it in first aid.
Well, I'll get you some over at the gym. But first, I'd like to cheer Mr. Conklin up a bit. Hiya, Mr. Conklin. Let's see your hand.
There. All black and blue.
That ain't nothing at all, Mr. Conklin. The skin ain't even broke. You got nothing to worry about.
Thank you, Doctor. Now that... There they are again.
Oh, don't worry about them, Mr. Conklin.
I didn't expect you'd be concerned, Miss Brooks.
Well, frankly, after hearing nothing but wow and all day, it's a relief to hear a...
Oh, I know a sure cure for hiccups, Mr. Conklin. Now, just sit back in that swivel chair for a minute.
I am sitting back.
Swell. Now the idea is to start spinning you around slowly.
Yeah, Stretch, stop that.
It never fails.
Stretch, you mustn't spin Mr. Conklin like that.
I know, we gotta spin him faster.
Oh, no, Stretch.
Let go of me. Stop this at once, you hear me? Stop it, I said.
Stretch, stop!
There.
Daddy, I've been looking all over for you.
Who are these girls who just came in?
It's me, Daddy, Harriet. Oh, Mr. Michaels is waiting for you in your office.
Oh, thank you, Harriet. Just get up. Oh, I can hardly stand. I'm so dizzy.
Maybe you ought to spin around the other way for a while.
Well, let me help you, Mr. Conklin.
I'll deal with you later, boy. Meanwhile, Miss Brooks, you go ahead and tell Mr. Michaels I'll be right there. I'll lean on Harriet and Stretch until I feel a little stronger.
So you see, Mr. Michaels, I certainly wouldn't want my boy in a school run by someone who had to come to my firm for assistance.
I'm sure there must be some mistake, Mr. Chalmers. I've known Osgood Conklin for a good many years, and whatever else he may be, he's not a drinking man.
Good day, gentlemen. I'm Miss Brooks. Mr. Conklin will be here in a minute.
I'm Mr. Michaels, Miss Brooks, and this is Mr. Chalmers.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Tell me, Miss Brooks, how is Mr. Conklin feeling these days?
Feeling?
Yes.
Oh, just fine. He's never been better.
Good. You see, Mr. Chalmers, I'm sure that one look at Mr. Conklin will convince you that he's not the type of person who sends postcards to cure that habit incorporated.
Hello, Mr. Michaels. Sorry I'm late.
There you go.
Let me help you up, Mr. Conklin.
I must have tripped, Mr. Michaels. And who are these gentlemen with you?
These gentlemen are Mr. Chalmers. Shake hands with the one in the middle.
Pleasure to know you, Mr. Chalmers.
Don't look now, but that's Mr. Michaels. Here's Mr. Chalmers.
Oh, of course. Glad to shake your hand, Mr. Chalmers.
You're shaking his umbrella.
What seems to be the matter, Mr. Conklin? Having trouble with your vision?
Yes, that's it. I broke my glasses this morning. Well, I'll get over here. Sit down at my desk.
Michaels, look at him stagger.
Incredible. Miss Brooks, you said Mr. Conklin never felt better.
That's right. You should have seen him an hour ago. Boy, what hiccups.
Hiccups?
Yes. I always get them when I'm startled.
And what, may I ask, startled you?
He opened his desk drawer this morning and saw a cat in it.
Tell me, Mr. Conklin, in which drawer did you see the cat?
Well, the first cat I saw was in this drawer.
In this drawer, Mr. Conklin?
No, there's another cat in there. It was the one in here that startled me.
Would you mind showing us your cats, Mr. Conklin?
Not at all. They're right here in these drawers. Why, they're gone.
They come and they go, Mr. Conklin?
Miss Brooks, where are the cats?
They disappeared right after I took you to first aid. But he really did see them, gentlemen.
Indeed. The next thing you'll be trying to tell us is that he found a bullfrog in his filing cabinet.
How did you know?
Bullfrog, too?
There must be some error here.
Yes, he was filed under B instead of F.
Well, Mr. Michaels, do you believe me now?
I'm afraid I do, Mr. Chalmers. Conklin, I don't want to seem unnecessarily cruel, but if you want to stay on as principal of this...
Pardon me, folks. Here's your alcohol, Mr. Conklin.
I'll take it, Fred.
Miss Brooks, that alcohol is for Mr. Conklin?
Yes, it's for where the snake bit him.
Snake?
Yes, of course, it really didn't bite him. He just thought it did.
So you saw a snake, too, Mr. Conklin?
Yes, I did, right on my lapel. Although I'm told that he's not poisonous, snakes still give me an extremely unpleasant feeling. I assure you that if I ever see him again, I'll... Wait a minute. There he is under your chair, Mr. Chalmers. Look out. I'll get him, mister. I'll get him. There.
Good for you, Mr. Conklin. You have just killed Mr. Chalmers' umbrella.
Anything
out of here. This man is dangerous.
I'll go with you, Mr. Chalmers. As for you, Mr. Conklin, I'll talk to you again when you're sober.
Sober?
Mr. Chalmers here is the head of Cure That Habit Incorporated.
Oh, no.
This card he received yesterday will explain why he called on me this morning. Good day.
Cure This Habit Incorporated? What has that got to do with me? Miss Brooks, read this card for me.
It says, kindly send me all your literature. I am determined once and for all to rid myself of the curse of alcoholism. And it's signed Osgood Conklin.
Poor soul. Any man who has to resort to writing in it.
Osgood Conklin! Mr. Conklin, I know you didn't write this postcard because I know who did. But it was only a little Friday the 13th joke, and I'm honor bound not to mention who did it.
Oh, you are. Well, Miss Brooks, such loyalty is worthy of a better fate than the one under which you are about to crumble. You see, you and I have traveled the road of learning together for some time now. It hasn't always been a smooth road, but it's been our road, Miss Brooks. Now, do you know what's in store for you?
I believe I do, Mr. Conklin. Pass me the rubbing alcohol.
The rubbing alcohol?
Yes, I might as well have one for the road.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, much to my surprise, Mr. Conklin didn't dismiss me on the spot. But he did insist that I report to his office immediately after school. On my arrival, he told me we were going down to Mr. Michael's office immediately. But, Mr. Conklin, what good will that do?
If you won't tell me who sent that card in, perhaps you'll tell the superintendent of schools. Now, wait, right where you are, Miss Brooks. I'm going to get my hat and coat out of the closet.
Yes, Mr. Conklin.
Hiya, Miss Brooks. Gee, I'm glad Mr. Conklin's not here.
Walter, wait a minute.
Look at this. Here's an ad for another one of those liquor cures I'm going to sign his name to. Boy, I wish I could see his face when he finds out about this one.
I'll bet he'll be positively purple.
Purple isn't the word for it. Old Marblehead will turn all the colors of the rainbow. Oh. What should I do now?
There's only one thing you can do. Plead insanity.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Bill Lally, Leonard Smith, and Francis X. Bushman.
For a beauty bath that brings you glamour from head to toe, get bath-size Palmolive soap.
Yes, ladies, for a velvet-smooth beauty lather that caresses your skin, leaves your whole body glowing with the warm blush of fragrant loveliness. Enjoy a beauty bath with bath-size Palmolive. It's perfect for your tub or shower. Just the gentlest massage over your body creates a glorious lather that leaves your skin delightful.
Yes, for the most luxurious bath you've ever had. Get big bath-size Palmolive soap.
more mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North Tuesday evening over most of these stations. And be with us again at the same time next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolling.
The Rolling Cigarette Program, starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro Golden Mares. Pop stairs, man. Go down and get the alone with our Auxilary Amateur Discounter.
I'm happy to be working again myself. Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Rod, tonight we take our tonsils out of mothballs and start a new season, huh? Mothballs, well, that's the first one for tonight. This can slowly become an evening with Romberg again, you know.
Well, Red, it's good to see you. You know, you've lost a lot of weight, haven't you?
Yeah, 35 pounds in 3 weeks.
35 pounds? I didn't think you were that heavy.
Well, I hadn't noticed it myself, but when little kids walk up and point at you and say, "Hey, Mama, what time's the balloon go up?" That's time to get rid of a little flap. I had the mumps for 3 days and didn't know it.
Well, I don't believe in diets. You know, exercise is the only way to keep in trim.
Yeah, I agree with you about exercise. There's nothing like exercise. Nothing. That's what I do all day.
Exercise?
Nothing. Hey, I found a book on exercise, and the first one to reduce is really wonderful. It says, open the window and throw out your chest. There goes 50 pounds right there. And another exercise, you chin yourself 40 times on the top of the door, like that.
Well, wasn't that dangerous?
Yeah, I fell off the ladder 3 times. Then I had to be careful with what I ate, you know.
Oh, I guess you had to cut out all starches like potatoes, corn, bread.
No, if I cut out corn, I don't eat it all.
Well, did you cut out all fat meats?
Yes, and I've got a butcher's that's seeing to it that I don't get any of the lean either.
Well, it takes a lot of willpower to stay on a diet.
Yeah, you know what I get a kick out of is women going on a diet. They say, I'm going on a diet, and then they see something good in themselves. Start them on. I'm getting to eat like pigs and then take pills to reduce.
Well, tell me, now that you're thin, do you feel better?
Yeah, I'm back to playing golf again. You know, I got so I couldn't see the ball.
Really?
Yeah, then when I'd move it out where I could see it, I couldn't reach it. I'd rather be skinny, though.
Well, fat people have more fun.
Yeah, it seems like they got so much to enjoy it with.
Well, everybody tells me I look much thinner.
Oh, yeah.
How many calories can you have a day on your diet?
400.
400? That's starvation.
I know, but 400 calories a day is all you're allowed on this diet.
Well, how do you keep up your strength?
Well, you wait till about midnight and then sneak down and raid the ice box.
Now, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolling.
Yes, proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolling.
Scientific tests of America's 6 leading brands based on a method used by the United States government. test certified by a jury of 14 doctors, including throat specialists, have proved conclusively no other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. So smokers enjoy Rollies. They're moisturized to stay fresh longer, moisturized to taste better, moisturized to smoke milder. And remember, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rollie.
And now, lovely Anita Ellis will sing a very popular hit, Alone with Me. Alone with Me.
You've always been along with me, though we were far apart. You've always been a memory that warmed the winter in my heart. And now that skies are blue again, oh, darling, you will be no more dream, but true again, forever alone with me. And now that skies are blue again, oh, darling, you will be no more dream, but true again, forever along with me.
Thank you very much, Anita. Tonight we open Volume 2 of the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, and we find a story concerning vacation time. Our characters are fictional. If there's any resemblance to persons living, don't worry, it's only resemblance. Chapter number 1 is entitled Homesick. Some people go to a lot of trouble to get away for a vacation. Then they realize if they'd stayed at home, it would have been more fun. Such is the case of Clem Cadiddlehopper. Well, here I am. Yes, sir, here I am, up bright and early. Well, at least I'm early, anyhow. I keep forgetting like I'm forgetting something today. I'm always forgetting something, and I can't do anything about it either. Tied a string around my finger this morning, and the window shade followed me for 3 blocks. Well, I see in the papers that the old Raleigh ad was there, and they got me back on the football team again this year. Going to be playing with the old Raleigh team again. Love to do that. Love to eat, that's why. I think take a little vacation from this loafing I've been doing all summer, and then maybe when I get back to loafing again, it won't be so monotonous.
Well, howdy, Clem.
Well, Sarah, do howdy doody to you, too. Well, it's good to see you. Sure are a perfect picture.
Oh, do you think I'm perfect, Clem?
Sure I do. When they made you, they threw away the mold.
Really, Clem?
Yep, they got too moldy, I guess.
Oh, what are you planning on doing today?
I'm going to start my vacation.
Clem, why don't you forget that idea about a vacation? What you need is to go out and get yourself a job.
Well, I would if I could find the kind of a job that fit my trade.
Oh. Well, what is your trade?
Well, I'm an assistant waste paper basket in the peanut brittle factory.
You know, Clem, if Joe Miller heard some of your jokes, he'd just turn over in his grave.
Joe's dead?
Yeah, well, for about 200 years.
200 years, huh? Well, if he's been laying around that long, the exercise will do him good.
Just for curiosity's sake, Clem, what do you need with a vacation?
Well, I'd like to get out in the fresh air, breathe new air. You know, the Army made an outdoor man of me. Haven't been able to find a place to live since I got out. You can't talk me out of my vacation, you know. I'm all packed to go.
You mean you got all your clothes in that little tea bag?
Yep.
Well, how could they possibly fit in it?
Got a secret compartment.
Well, what have you got in it? Come on, let me see.
Here, take a piece.
Yeah. Well, what's that?
It's animal crackers.
Oh, them is dog biscuits.
Oh, you're so smart, ain't you? I suppose your dog ain't an animal. Well, here comes a car. I'm going to try to hook a ride. I'll just drop my thumb. Well, we'll try my other thumb. Well, good thing I'm all thumbs, ain't it, huh? Oh, he's stopping.
Hop in.
Howdy doody.
Goodbye, Clem, and have fun.
Goodbye, Sheridan.
Clem, there are tears in your eyes. Does leaving me make you sad?
No, got my ear caught in the door. Goodbye. Goodbye there. Dexter, this is mighty neighborly of you to pick me up like this. I'm Clem Cadiddlehopper.
Well, that's all right. I'm vaccinated.
That's good for you.
Who's that young woman back there?
That's my girl.
Well, she seemed upset.
No, she always stands that way.
You live back there?
Oh, I try to live back there, yes.
Seems like a nice town. What's the population?
410. That's counting the cemetery.
Well, you don't count them.
Well, I don't know. Our mayor's been dead for 3 years, and he's still mayor.
Well, that's silly. How could he hold office?
I don't know, but we got more money in the treasury now than we had when he was moving around.
Well, everybody back there like you?
Yep.
Must be quite an epidemic.
Yes.
Where are you going?
I'm going on my 2 weeks vacation, you know. A couple of weeks away will kind of make me appreciate my home more. Yep.
Yeah, it will be good to see my folks. You know, I got to thinking, what if something happens to them while I'm away? You know, we don't usually miss our folks till they're gone.
Yeah. Mine left the day I was born. They had expected a child.
You know when you miss homes around mealtime?
Yeah, there's nothing like a good home-cooked meal, but I can do without it for a week anyhow.
Oh, it's fun to camp out, though.
Yeah.
You like to eat out of doors?
Well, I really don't know. I never tried it. I usually eat out of a plate, you know.
Say, you're only going away for a few days. Reminds me of a friend of mine.
Oh?
He went away 4 days, and when he got back, he found that his girlfriend had gone away with another fella.
Oh?
She was so lonesome.
You don't say. Well, I don't think my girl will miss me. After all, 2 days away ain't very long, you know.
Oh, I don't know. If they know where you are, it's different. But lots of things can happen.
Can?
Take my boss. He has a farm. And when he went away for 2 days, they didn't have any way of notifying him when the barn burned down.
You don't say. Well, you don't say. My dog sleeps in the barn, but I don't think it would catch on fire, you know.
Oh, no, I don't either.
No.
You have someone there to look after your pup.
Yeah.
Then no one ever really loves a dog like its master.
No.
Too, when they're left alone, they usually grieve so.
Yes, they do. Well, I guess he'll be all right till I get home in the morning.
What's the name of this town we're coming into?
Daisyville. I'll be getting out here.
This is where you're going to spend your vacation?
Yeah, I'm going to spend a couple hours and then head for home, you know. You can let me me out any place, sir. I don't feel good.
Really? Yeah. Well, I think I know what's wrong. You're homesick.
I'm not that sick of it. I'm going back to it. Thank you very much. Oh, see you later. Oh, here comes the Saudyville Bakery. Hey, stop. It's me, Clem. Here. Good. Get home now.
Well, howdy, Clem. What are you doing over here?
I'm just home on the way back from my vacation.
Well, how long were you away?
Well, let's see. In 14 days, it'll be exactly 2 weeks.
Did you have a good time?
Yeah, it was wonderful. I wouldn't have missed it for the world, and I'm glad I did.
Now, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Joan Crawford, star of Humoresque, forthcoming Warner Brothers picture, says, quote,
I've seen the reports comparing America's 6 leading brands, and it's true. Medical science has proved no other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. Raleighs are right for taste, right for throat.
Right, Joan Crawford. And smokers, the new Raleighs are moisturized to stay fresh longer. Moisturized to taste better. Moisturized to smoke milder. And remember, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. So no other is safer to smoke than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
David Forrester and his orchestra now play I've Got Rhythm. Chapter 3 of Vacations is entitled Camping Trip in the Mountains. There's nothing quite as exciting as a camping trip spent in the mountains, and it's an education for the youngsters, too. And should the youngster be Junior, the mean little kid, you can learn plenty also.
Junior, wake up. We're at the National Park.
Weird? Oh, look at the beautiful mountains and the tall trees.
Yes, isn't it majestic?
I want to go home.
Just look at all those stately trees.
Yes.
Isn't it inspiring?
Yes, it is. If I could get me mitts on an axe right now, I'd make that old forest look like a 5 o'clock shadow in about 2 minutes, you know. I just stop. Hey, what are we stopping for? I don't see no hamburger stands around.
This is where we meet the guide who's taking us on our camping trip.
Who's there? Oh, look at that cowboy. Goodness, ain't he bow-legged? Boy, his legs would make a nice picture frame for the Grand Canyons, wouldn't it?
Where the will as I live and breathe?
Bob Alton, your old horse trader. How are you?
Fine, it's good to see you again. Don't tell me this is your grandson.
You might as well confess, Grandma. He got you trapped.
He's quite a boy.
Yes, and I'm worried about him. He's following in his grandfather's footsteps.
You mean I'm staggering?
It seems like only yesterday that I saw you in Three-Cornered Pants.
Yes, I remember that, too. I used to wear suspenders to hold them up, you know.
Suspenders on Three-Cornered Pants?
Yeah, they wouldn't trust me with a safety pin.
Well, I'll bet you'll like this camping trip.
Yeah, I've been on camping trips before.
Oh, are you a Cub Scout?
Yes, a skunk patrol. And that ain't no breeze, either.
Well, Bob, how soon do you think we can get started on our camping tour?
Right away. I've been expecting you. All I have to do is saddle up the hay burner. The rest of the pack horses are all ready.
Is that going to ride a horsey, too?
Yes, it's the friendliest little pony ever saw.
Oh, pony? Well, he is.
There he is, over there.
Oh, ain't he cute? Do he bite?
No, but be gentle when you go up to him.
Oh.
Here, give him this carrot.
Here. Oh, he's laughing at me. We need one right there, anyhow.
He's talking to you.
Yeah, boy, when I get dressed up like a cowboy, I'm going to look like an economy-sized Roy Rogers, ain't I? Huh?
Junior, did you peek in that package in the car?
You mean the white one trimmed in red?
Yes.
The one that's got the cowboy boots in?
Yes.
No, I can peek. Took a good look, I did.
But I told you to stay away from that package.
I know, that's what gave me the idea to look into it, you know.
I can see this is going to be a very pleasant 3-day camping trip, all right.
Yes, it is. There we go.
Are you all right, Verna?
Yes. You know me. I never could get enough horseback riding. How do you feel, Junior? Junior, put your shirt back on.
No, I want to ride bareback.
Well, I think we'll make camp right around this next mountain turn. Wait till you see the view.
This is nice.
Ah, now look.
Oh, look at them big rocks. Boy, when I see rocks like that, it makes me wonder.
Wonder what?
Why I waste me time with spitballs.
Now, this is called Echo Canyon.
Hey, what's an echo, Grandma?
It's a repetition of sound by reflection.
It is?
Yes.
Hello! Hello! I am the giant of the mountain. I am the giant of the mountain. I'm going to eat you. I'm going to eat you. You never see your grandma anymore. You never see your grandma anymore. No.
What's the matter?
I scared me down.
Bless his little heart.
Bless his little heart.
It's only an echo. It won't hurt you.
What?
Go ahead and yell.
Hello. Hello. I'm coming over there. I'm leaving. I guess he knows me pretty well, don't he, huh?
Isn't this a beautiful spot?
Yeah.
It's just heavenly. How about camping here for the night?
Yes, let's do, because I'm getting to feel like part of this horse, you know.
Well, now, careful getting off of the pony, Junior. Hold on to the saddle horn.
Hey, Grandma, the saddle horn's broke. It won't honk.
Oh, don't be silly, Junior. It's not supposed to honk.
Oh.
Now get off the pony.
I demand me rights. I want to hear the thing honk. You're getting pretty fast on the draw there, partner.
Now get off that pony.
Okay. Hey, where are we going to sleep tonight, huh?
Right here, under Mother Nature's big blue blanket.
Well, Mother Nature's big blue blanket is full of moth holes.
Those are stars, and you know it.
Yeah.
Are you hungry?
Yeah, what are we going to eat? What are we going to eat?
We'll catch our food.
What are you going to do, throw it at each other?
No, Junior. We catch our food like the Indians used to.
How's that?
The woods are full of good things to eat. All you have to do is shoot it.
Well, then make me a slingshot. I'm going to shoot myself a glass of milk and a cupcake.
You're going to have a real mountain dinner.
Oh.
You like mountain trout?
You mean a real rainbow fish?
Yes.
Fried and butter?
Yes.
All nice and brown?
Yes.
Never touch them except on Friday.
Well, I'll start a fire and heat some water.
Now, Junior, you stay out of his way.
Okay, I'm going to take a walk. Hippity-hop, hippity-hop.
Junior, look out for that little stream over there. Junior, did you hear me?
Did you hear me? Oh, something moved over there. Oh, look, a baby bear. Oh, I wonder if I could take him back with me. Maybe they would like to see him. Maybe they would let me keep him. And I don't know why I'm standing here maybe, and I'm going to do this anyhow. You know. Come on, old bear. I'm going to take you home with me. Here, watch out. You tore me cowboy suit. Now you going to get it. There, he got it. The whole cowboy suit. Here, now. Come on. Now I got you. Oh, boy. Boy, you is heavy. Boy, you smell bad, too, you know. Why do you wear that big fur coat? It's summertime. You ought to have yourself a nice little sport coat or something to wear around. Hey, Grandma, look what I got. Look.
What is it?
Here.
I can't see without my glasses.
Well, you hold it while I go get you glasses. There.
All right, Junior. What is it? My fur coat? It's a bear!
Yeah, well, don't yell. You scared him, too. Here, give him to me.
No, Junior. He might scratch you and get blood poisoning.
Yeah. You sure does love me, don't you? Huh?
Well, I've got the fire going. Good heavens, Junior, put that cub bear down. The mother bear will tear you to ribbons.
Good heavens.
Why, this old bear loves me.
His mother will like you better.
Put him down. Don't you ever do a thing like that again.
Okay, goodbye, little bear.
Goodness. Bern, will you help me with the food?
Gladly.
I'm going to find that widow bear again and play with him. Here, widow bear. Here, widow bear. Here. Goodness, how he grew. Maybe that's the widow bear's mother. Hey, Miss Bear, can your widow boy come out and play with me? Here, now, don't you bite me. Don't you bite me, boy. You'll dull up your teeth if you do. Here, would you like some candy? Boy, he gobbled that down, didn't he? Come on, I'm going to take you over to camp. They got some molasses, and I hear you boys like honey, too. Come on, I'm going to get some of that stuff. Here, come on. Hey, Mr. Orson, I thought you said that Mama Bear would eat me up.
She would.
Well, she didn't. Look.
Well, it's a very unusual... Jehoshaphat! Back up and run for your life!
What for?
You get behind the tree until I can get you.
Why?
Get out of sight. It's a grizzly.
No, I'm going to run in this cave over here. Goodness, I was doing all right with the bears till they made me afraid of them. I'm going to get out of here. I'm not going to stay here.
The bear is coming toward you.
No, the bear, get away.
Are you all right?
The bear made me a widow bear.
Run, Junior. Run into the cave.
I'd rather not run into that cave.
Why?
I got a better chance out there. There's 5 bears in there.
Remember, we'll all be back with you next Tuesday at this same time. Red Skelton, David Forrester and his orchestra, Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, Gigi Pearson, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and remember, you buy a pack of Raleighs, it keeps you sewing. Thanks for listening.
Brown and Williamson invite you to other good listening during the week. Join Harry Sosnick and Phil Brito on their Vacation with Music Friday night, and return with Red Skelton next Tuesday. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts.
Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness, deep down satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
The brand of grand aroma. Keeps home sweet home.
It's Sir Walter Raleigh. Sooner or later, your favorite tobacco.
Yes, a favorite with college men, servicemen, businessmen. With men everywhere who appreciate quality pipe smoking. Try Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it? It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, from Hollywood, it's the transcribed Abbott and Costello Show with their singing stars Susan Miller and Matty Melnick's orchestra and yours truly, Michael Roy. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, Costello. What have you got under your arm?
Well, my mother sent this family album over to Aunt May.
Let me see it a minute. Mm-hmm. Well, here's a picture of Uncle Mike. He's standing by Boulder Dam, isn't he?
That's not Boulder Dam. That's Aunt May. Her girdle and the camera snapped at the same time.
Here's a picture of your brother, Pat. Wait a minute. Who's that tall, skinny girl with the curls holding his hand?
That's me.
You? Mm-hmm. I'll bet all the boys thought you were a girl.
Yes. And the nice part of it was, the girls thought I was too.
Wait a minute. Hey, how did this get in here? This is a picture of my Uncle Harry. Oh, he was a real sport, though. That's a bowling ball he has in his hand.
Bowling ball? Why is it chained to his leg?
Costello, your income tax plan came in this morning. Do you realize that you only have a few days left to file your income tax?
I took care of that, Abbott. And this year it's going to cost me a lot less.
Why?
I put the government down as a dependent.
Dummy, you can't do that. You don't even know the first thing about income taxes.
Is that so? Well, listen to this. First, you get down to the tax bureau, walk inside. There's a guy sitting down with a lot of papers and pencils. He's the income tax collector.
That's right.
First, you take all the money you made last year.
Then?
That's all. He just takes all the money you made last year.
That's ridiculous. I'll try to explain it to you. Here, take this tax form and read the first paragraph. Are you living with husband or wife?
I have no wife, and I'm not living with my husband.
Oh, I see. You left him, eh?
Yes, because he beat me.
Why did
and
you
he
do
was
it?
mean to the children. He beat me. He was mean to the children. Wait a minute. I haven't got any husband. I'm an old maid.
Well, skip that and go on to the next question. Here, read it.
It says, did you or did you not, during the fiscal year of 1947, follow procedure according to Schedule 4, Section 17, Drawing Room A?
Well, did you?
I wanted to, but I had to go by bus.
How can I help if you're going to act so dumb? You must have your taxes in by March 15th. All of us must. Our government needs that money more than ever. This year, especially for expenses here at home.
What do they do with it here at home, Abbott?
Well, for instance, there's the FHA. Do you know how that works?
Is anything like OB?
What is OB?
That's BO, spelled backwards.
No. The FHA is the Federal Housing Administration. Now, suppose you wanted to buy a house. That cost, say, $5,000, and you only had $2,000. What would you do?
I'd marry a girl with $3,000.
Costello, how can you be such an imbecile?
I practice.
You practice? No use discussing money with you. You don't even know the difference between capital and labor.
Oh, yes, I do. Now, if I lend you $10, that's capital.
That's right.
But when I try to get it back, that's labor.
Shame on you, Costello. You should pay your taxes with a smile.
I tried that, Abbott, but they want cash.
Are you two gentlemen Abbott and Costello?
Yes.
Well, I'm from the Income Tax Department, and I'm here to collect your 1950 taxes.
1950 taxes? This is only 1948.
My goodness, aren't we impatient?
Abbott, those income tax collectors are pretty sharp. They sure know how to get your money. I met an income tax man once on a plane, and we hit 4 air pockets. He had his hand in every one of them.
Never mind that. You better get busy on your income tax. Do you have any surplus money?
I'm so broke I had to dump 4 bottles of Coca-Cola in the sink so I could collect the deposit on the bottles.
Well, being broke makes no difference. You've got to file your income tax. And remember, you've got to give them an honest count.
Abbott, how can you make such an insinuation? I always give them an honest count. I'm patriotic. And besides that, they watch you too close.
Costello, you'll never be able to make out your return. Come with me. I'm going to take you to an income tax accountant. Costello, here's the income tax accountant's office. Now, do as he tells you because he knows all about finance.
Well, I know a little about finance, too. I studied finance with Morgenthau, Rockefeller, Vanderbilt, Guggenheim, and Rita Hayworth.
Well, what could you learn from Rita Hayworth?
More than I learned from Morgenthau, Rockefeller, Vanderbilt.
Talk sense. Let's go into the accountant's office.
Oh, come right in, Mr. Abbott, Miss Costello. What can I do for you?
Well, Costello wants to file his income tax. He's having a little trouble with the complicated form.
Oh, the forms are certainly complicated.
Yeah.
The only persons who can figure them out are school teachers.
Yes, school teachers are the only ones smart enough to figure out the tax, but it don't do them no good.
Why not?
They don't make enough to pay a tax.
Well, let's get on to business. Mr. Costello, how much money did you make last year?
Well,
Speak right up, young man. Speak right up. All this information's confidential.
Well, I made...
Tell me about it. Come on, tell me about it. How much you made?
Well, it was about...
What's the matter? Has the cat got your tongue? Get the marbles out of your mouth.
I thought only in pictures I have a stuntman.
Well, come on,
I got a professional spitter out of marbles.
Come on, Costello. Answer the man's question.
Hey, Costello, did you work last year?
Oh, yes, I had a very steady job.
What did you do?
I refereed all the fights at Zero's.
Now, for the fiscal year of 1947, by what method did you ascertain your income?
Here, what's your language? This program is being broadcasted to school children in Japan.
The man wants to know how you file out your form last year.
Collector wrote that joke.
Look. Lou. The man wants to know how you filled out your form last year.
By eating mashed potatoes and banana splits.
Well, let's look over your papers. Did you make any donations to charity?
Oh, sure. I gave $502 to the Los Angeles Police Department.
Did you get a receipt?
The parking tickets are in my car.
Hold everything, Costello. After checking over your return, I find that you've earned $495 last year. And if you don't make any more money between now and March 15th, you don't have to pay any income tax.
Fine. Now, how much are you going to charge Costello for filling out his return?
Well, I have family group rates. If you could get me your Uncle Mike's business, I might get you a reduction.
Uncle Mike already filled out his tax form. He put down $59,000 tax.
Wait a minute. How can your Uncle Mike pay $59,000 tax when he only makes $14 a week?
He went down to the post office to fill out his form, and while he was standing in line, he copied from the guy in front of him.
Look, Costello, hasn't he any dependents?
Yes, 20 kids. 10 from Aunt May's first marriage.
Wait a minute. You mean Aunt May has 10 children from her first marriage and 10 from Uncle Mike?
Yes, he copied from the guy in front of him. I'm happy. Why am I happy? No income tax to pay. No problem.
Here I am.
Up to now.
Well, if it isn't my sweet little wife, Betty. How are you, Betty, darling?
Bobby, I'm so excited. I just came from the doctor, and he's going to change my nose.
That's good. Maybe this time they'll put it in the middle of your face.
Now, you go ahead, Costello. Insult me all you want, but my husband thinks I'm beautiful. Don't you, Bobby, dear?
Yes, darling. Your hair looks beautiful tonight.
Oh, well, it should. I just had it washed.
Oh, I could tell that, Mrs. Abbott.
Oh, you could?
The laundry tag is still tied to your bangs.
Well, what's the idiot so happy about tonight?
Oh, Costello just filed his personal income tax.
Oh, you fashionable businessman, you. I'd hate to pay a tax on your corporation. I taxed my brains for that one.
Abbott, there's no tax on abandoned property.
That reminds me that I owe you $20 for mowing the lawn last month.
Oh, that's swell. And I certainly could use it.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't take it, Costello. Remember what the man said about taking any more money before March 15th?
Ooh, that's right.
Hey.
Mrs. Abbott, I don't want your money.
Well, but you did the work, and the money is yours.
Oh, Mrs. Abbott, you couldn't force me to take that money.
Well, if you won't take the money, then I must give you a great big kiss.
You forced me. Goodbye, Mrs. Abbott.
Now, Costello, look what you've done. You've got $20 too much money.
Abbott, don't let him put me in jail.
Hiya, fellas. Well, it's our orchestra leader, Matty Melnick.
Abbott, maybe I can unload this dough on him. Say, Matty, could you use $20?
No, I got plenty of money. By the way, Costello, here's the $20 I borrowed from you last Saturday.
Oh, I forgot about that, Matty. You want to give me money? Oh, no.
Costello, remember your income tax?
I did. That's what I remember. Matty, you couldn't force me to take that money.
Okay. If you won't take the money, I'll give you a swell routine that I wrote for you and Abbott. You say to Abbott, what's on first? And Abbott says, no, who's on first and what's on second? And you say, I don't know.
Wait a minute. That's enough. Wait a minute. You forced me. Give me the money.
Okay. So long, fellas.
Costello, you did it again. Now you've got $40 too much money.
I'll get rid of it. I'll go out and spend it.
What can you buy with $40?
Well, if you lend me $5, that will make $45, and I might be able to buy a couple of pork chops.
Well, hello, boys.
Look, Costello, it's Susan Miller.
Hello, Costello, honey. I haven't seen you since the cocktail party last Saturday. Did you get home all right?
Yes, but I woke up the next morning with 2 big circles under my eyes.
From staying up late?
No, somebody set a couple of wet beer glasses on my face.
By the way, Costello, I'm selling raffle tickets for my club. They're $5 apiece, and
I'll buy 8 of them.
Costello, 8 tickets would be $40. Can you afford to buy 8?
I can't afford to buy any less.
Costello, I appreciate your spirit, but you couldn't force me to take that money.
Susan, you sell me 8 tickets and take this $40, or I'll kiss you right here.
You forced me. Here's the tickets. Goodbye.
Nice work, Costello. That $40 you gave Susan brought you back to your $495, your original non-taxable income. Now, do you think you can keep from making any more money before March 15th, please?
Oh, certainly. My Uncle Tom taught me that a man can do anything that he puts his mind to. Uncle Tom once made up his mind to be a butterfly. He hollered, "I'm a butterfly. I'm a butterfly."
Did he turn into a butterfly?
No, but they took him away in a net.
Boys, I rushed back here just as fast as I could. Have you heard the news? Somebody won a lot of money.
Well, that's all right, Susan. I expected to lose, but I'll be a big success someday.
Costello, to be a success, you've got to have brains.
I got brains.
And you've got to work hard.
I'll work hard.
And you've got to keep away from women.
I'll work hard. Who cares about money? I even wish I had more money to lose.
You have now.
Good. And I'm... What did you say, Susan?
Yes, Costello. The 8 chances you took from me won the first 8 prizes in the raffle. And here's the money. $3,000.
Oh, Susan, what have you done to me? After what we've meant to each other, I've always treated you nice. I took you out, took you to the swellest places, showed you a good time, and now a few days before the income taxes are due, you put me in a higher bracket. Oh, I wish I was dead.
Costello, I don't understand you. Well, why don't you take the $3,000 and sink it in something?
That's a great idea. Where is the nearest river?
Come on, Costello. We've got to work fast. See you later, Susan.
Abbott, what do we do now?
Why, you ingrate. You and your raffle tickets. Here I work my fingers to the bone. I slave. I stay up nights thinking how to keep you broke. And you go behind my back and win $3,000. Why? Why do you do these things to me?
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
I'll say you are. You know, I've come to the conclusion you have the brain of a low-grade moron.
Abbott, you can have it back anytime you want it.
Now, you listen to me. You got to get rid of that $3,000. Or we'll have to pay income tax on it now.
That's impossible.
What do you mean?
$3,000 won't pay the income tax on $3,000. I wonder how I can get rid of this money.
Wait a minute, I've got it. We give $1,000 apiece to the first 3 people we meet.
Oh, pardon me, gentlemen, but I'm in distress. Will you help me out?
Help you out of distress? Lady, you can't walk around the street without a dress.
Oh, cut this out, Costello. Come on, give this lady $1,000.
$1,000?
That's right. And here it is. $1,000 right on the nose. Be happy.
Be happy? I certainly will. Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
Now, come on, Costello. Come on. You've got $2,000 left. Let's get rid of it. Fast.
All right, you guys. This is a stick-up.
Oh, please. Mister, don't point that gun at me.
Shut up and heist him.
Mr. Burglar, will you please say heist him again?
What for?
My pants are falling down.
And I don't feel wise, guy. My trigger finger is itching.
Do you want me to scratch it for you?
Come on, hand over that dough.
Costello, here's your chance to get rid of the other $2,000.
Hey, that's right. Here, Mr. Burglar, here is $2,000 for you.
What?
I wish you had stuck me up 5 minutes ago. I'd have given you $3,000.
There's something fishy about this stick-up. Why are you so happy to get rid of this dough?
Well, you see, Mr. Costello wants to get rid of this money. It's almost income tax time, and that $2,000 puts him in a higher income bracket.
Oh, that's different. Hey, wait a minute.
Well, what's the matter?
I've just figured my earnings for this year. Let me see. Well, I hired the bank in Frisco. That's $21,000. The bank in Oakland, that was $2,000. Then I stuck up the bank in Pismo Beach.
Bank in Pismo Beach? You must have got a few thousand clams out of there.
Yeah. I can't pay income tax on all that loot. I've got to get rid of it.
Yes, sir. And you better do it before March 15th.
March 15th? I ain't going to get rid of it right now. Here, Fatso. Here's $35,000. So long, George.
What am I going to do with all this money?
Give it to somebody, quick.
Here comes a lady. I'll give it to her. Pardon me, madam. Would you like...
Oh, there you are. I've been looking all over for you.
Yeah, but it's the same lady I gave the $1,000 to.
Yes, I am. And remember when you gave me the $1,000, you said, be happy.
Yes?
Well, Be Happy won the race and paid 90 to 1.
No.
Here's your share.
No.
$45. No.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is floor. Floor.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Well, a male girl and a truck driver, Groucho. They were selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. And their names are Diane Strumwasser and John Ryan. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. Diane Strumwasser and John Ryan. Where are you from, Diane?
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles? Born here?
Downtown Los Angeles.
Huh?
Downtown Los Angeles.
Downtown. Well, that's the outskirts, huh? And, John, you're wearing outskirts. No. John Ryan, you're the truck driver? Well, that's a good name for a truck driver. Where are you from, John?
I'm from the Columbine State.
Where?
Columbine State.
Colorado.
State.
Are you married?
No.
Why not?
Gosh, we never stay in one place long enough to really meet anyone, to know them well enough to get married.
What about you, Diane? Are you married?
No, sir.
Would you like to be?
Yes, of course.
May I ask one question?
Yes.
Why? Have you a nickname, Diane?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Stromboli.
Stromboli? I must order that the next time I go to an Italian restaurant. Why Stromboli, Diane?
Well, that's what my section head, Papa Bull, calls me.
I beg your pardon?
That's what my section head, Papa Bull, calls me.
That's what your section head, Papa Bull, calls? Mm-hmm. You'll have to break that down, every word of it. I don't understand. What is the section head and what is a Papa Bull?
Well, you see, I work at Prudential.
Prudential, the insurance company?
Yes, uh-huh.
See?
And we have section heads. And one of them, his name is Bart Van Oostendorf. So we call him Papa Bull.
Why?
That's a good
what
question.
Has Van Oostendorf got to do with Papa Bull, huh?
Really, nothing.
Nothing, huh? How old are you, Stromboli?
22.
And you, John?
I'm 28.
Well, you're the right age for each other. Where do you work?
Prudential Life Insurance.
What do you want me to call you, Diane or Stromboli?
Diane will be fine.
You work for the Prudential Life Insurance Company? Well, what is your policy with men my age?
You'll have to take that up with Mr. Russell. He's the head of the new policy division.
Well, let's forget it. What do you do as an insurance at the insurance company?
Well, I'm a tripper.
You're a tripper?
Mm-hmm.
You mean you stand out on the sidewalk and trip people? So one of your insurance men can slip them a policy? What is a tripper, Stromboli?
Well, I deliver mail and telegrams and inter-office communications.
Well, why do they call you a tripper?
Because I take trips on the 4th floor.
Well, Diane, you said the secret word, and you and John split $100 between you.
Thank you.
Isn't that nice? Aren't you glad you're a tripper now, huh? John, who do you work for?
I'm at the Red Ball Transfer and Storage Company.
Oh, the Red Ball Express, oh, the Red Ball Express. What do you haul in your truck, John?
We haul furniture.
Uh-huh. And where do you drive your truck?
We drive just anywhere.
Anywhere?
Anywhere.
Have you ever driven it to Honolulu? You better be more specific.
Well,
As a matter of fact, Honolulu's in the Pacific. Well, how often do you drive your truck fully loaded?
Gosh, as often as it...
That's the kind of questions I have, huh? Require no answer at all. Huh? Are you insured, John?
Yes, we're insured.
Well, that's very wise. Suppose you were married to Diane. Would you want her to be insured?
Certainly.
How much insurance do you think a man ought to have on his wife?
$4,000 or $5,000.
How much insurance do you have on your truck?
Overall we have about $170,000.
Let's get this straight. You would insure your wife for $5,000, your truck for $170,000. Diane, my advice to you is to get 16 wheels, a diesel motor, and have your oil changed every 1,000 miles. Well, you make a very cute couple, and if I ever want to send a message, I'll hire John's truck. Now, in just a minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $2,000. Right now, I want you to listen carefully to what Fenneman has to say.
Well, the winter months are here now. You should have gotten your car ready for whatever the weather has in store for us. It's very important to have that family car of yours starting quickly and running smoothly these days. This is why so many motorists have already driven into a DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Others come in primarily because of the two great cars which DeSoto Plymouth dealers are so proud to handle. The magnificent DeSoto is a big car with big car advantages, yet it handles like a dream. Stops on a dime thanks to those big, big brakes. Gives more miles per gallon than you ever thought possible from a large, power-packed car. And, of course, DeSoto lets you drive without shifting. And as for value, you'll be amazed how far your dollars go today when you buy a brand new DeSoto. Remember, too, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, a car that you'll want to compare. So look for those two great names linked together, DeSoto, Plymouth.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $2,000. Fenneman, explain the rules.
All right.
Rules with your customary charm.
Each of our three couples has $20. We've got as much of that $20 as they want in each of 4 questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the big question at the end of the show. Big question tonight is worth $2,000.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Name the Song. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10?
Yeah, betting, yes. $10. Is that all right, John?
$10
okay.
is fine.
Here we go. Oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam and the deer and the antelope play.
Home on the range.
Home on the range is right.
And you're on your way. You have $30.
Even I knew the answer to that. All right, remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much you're going to bet? How much of the 30?
So we bet 20?
Okay. How dear to my heart are the scenes of my childhood. With fond recollections, present them to view.
The old oaken bucket.
The old oaken bucket is right.
Really funny now. You have $50.
Well, you got $50. Here's your third question. How much will you bet?
What do we have?
35.
Talk up, kids. Right?
35, 40?
How much are you going to bet?
40?
$40. Okay. Daisy, Daisy, get bicycle bill for 2.
I have $90.
Hey, give me a chance. I don't know if I can get a chance to sing like this. I only had one wheel of that bicycle at the end. I was going to have a joke about wheeling, but never mind. Here we go. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You have $90. How much of the 90 are you going to bet?
What do you want, 80 or all of it?
80.
$80. All right. For this valley, they say you are going. How does that go?
What are the words?
Yeah. I don't know this song. This song only came out 12 years ago. I don't know.
Promise Valley,
they say you are going. Red River Valley.
I'm glad they do it.
That was wonderful, Diane. Put it there, kid. Put it there, John.
And you people wind up with a grand total of $170.
That really requires an ear for music if they can decode it the way we sang it. Thanks and Merry Christmas from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Well, Doctor, the secret word is still floor. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a door-to-door salesman. This is Mr. Frank Santos over here. And his partner is a housewife from the studio audience, Mrs. Peggy Marshall. Folks, I'd like you to meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome to You Bet Your Life, folks. And if you say the secret word, you'll split $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Now, let's see. Your name is Peggy Marshall, and this is Frank Santos, huh?
Right.
Where are you from, Frank?
I'm from Ripon, California.
Where?
Ripon, California.
Ripon?
Right.
Where is Ripon?
That is north of Modesto, about 10 miles.
And where is Modesto? And Peggy Marshall, where are you from, Peggy?
Originally, I'm from Brooklyn.
From Brooklyn?
Mm-hmm.
And where's Brooklyn?
Well, it's not in Texas.
There is a Brooklyn in Texas.
Well, this Brooklyn is part of New York.
I see. So you're a housewife. What kind of a house are you married to? A rambling two-story type?
No, husband.
Oh, you're married to a husband. Well, I've known rambling two-story husbands. However, that's another story, huh? Now, what sort of work does your husband do?
He's a salesman in a watch concern.
Oh.
Swan Watch Company.
And how did you meet him?
I met him at a Halloween dance. I was standing around waiting to be asked to dance, and
you were standing around waiting?
Well, I looked different when I was younger. Marriage aged me.
Apparently, it's improved you, too.
Well, anyways, along came this horse, and
along came this horse?
Yes. Well, it was a Halloween dance.
Oh, I see. Well, they usually have a horse at a Halloween dance. And he asked you for a dance?
Yes. And I was a little confused because I never danced with a horse before.
He took the bit right in his teeth and asked you for a dance, huh?
Well,
he was just sowing his wild oats, I guess, huh? What kind of a horse was it, a Palomino?
No, it was a black and white horse, and the fellow that impressed me the most was the one that was at the back end. Well, there were two fellows.
I see.
He'll never forgive me for this.
Mr. Santos, huh?
That's right.
You're a house-to-house salesman. Who do you work for, Frank?
Jewel Tea Company.
The Jewel, and what do you do for them?
Well, we sell coffee and household articles.
In other words, you're a door-to-door salesman, huh?
Yes.
Well, when the husband comes to the front door, you go out the back door, is that
That's
it?
right.
Well, that can be fun. Now, tell us some more about your business. What's your most popular item?
Coffee.
Why is that?
Well, coffee is perhaps the most popular beverage, and our coffee is roasted and ground fresh.
Let's see. Now, Peggy, do you think if you made bad coffee for your husband, that'd be grounds for divorce?
No, but what I did tonight will be.
That's an old joke, but then who isn't, huh? What did you do tonight, Peggy?
The way I described him, I didn't mean it that way.
Oh, I don't think he's going to take offense to that. He knows that you were only fooling in a Halloween party. People dress in all kinds of curious and queer costumes. Look at the outfit I've got on. How many different items do you carry in this
carry about 400.
Buggy of yours? Huh?
About 400.
How do you carry so many items from door to door?
Well, we carry them in a ton walk-in truck.
A walk-in truck? You mean your truck walks right into people's houses? What is your truck like?
Well, it has shelves in it, and inside the truck we have groceries and household articles, and the customers can walk right in and look at it if they wish.
Mm-hmm. How do your customers feel about walking into your truck?
They like it.
Is that so? Last time I walked into a truck, I spent 4 months in the hospital. How do you get new customers, Frank?
By soliciting.
Soliciting?
By soliciting.
Well, let's hear how you sell Mrs. Marshall here. How would you approach her? Go ahead.
How do you do? I'm Mr. Sanders with Jewel Tea Company.
Certainly left her cold. Can you tell a good prospect from the outside of the house, Frank?
Yes, I can. Well, if you're going by a house and you see in the backyard, you see on the line perhaps a long nightgown, you could imagine that some old maid lived there.
You still think that old maids wear nightgowns, huh?
Yeah, probably do.
Frank, you're living in a fool's paradise. Now, if you went by Peggy's house, could you tell her age by the kind of pajamas on her clothesline?
No, it'd probably come close.
Not if her husband's home. Peggy, do you agree with him? Could he tell your age by your pajamas?
No,
Why not?
I don't wear pajamas.
Well, that's a pretty raw statement. How did we ever get into this conversation? A minute ago, we were discussing coffee. Well, you're an interesting couple, and Frank, if you knock on my door, just remember, the man of the house isn't home. Now then, we're going to play You Bet Your Life. Let's see how well you make out in the race with the $2,000. You've got to run your $20 into more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenham is going to remind our listeners.
The mail girl and the truck driver won $170.
Now, let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected motion picture trademarks. Here's your first question. How much of the $20 will you risk?
10?
$10, that's a good, safe beginning. What motion picture company is identified by a roaring lion?
MGM.
MGM is right. And we're on the way. We have $30. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 are you going to try?
30.
30.
What company uses a revolving globe as its trademark?
Would that be,
Warner Brothers.
no, Columbia?
No,
RKO.
no. I'm sorry. It's Universal International. Now you're broke.
Well, we were not going to let them go home, broke. I just happen to have...
Not. We cannot let them go home without any money. I'll give you one more question, and if you get it right, you'll win $10. Who was buried in Grant's tomb? General Grant is right. I told you that, huh? So long, Frank. Thanks, and Merry Christmas from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, the secret word is still floor. We invited some men from a winery and some women from a public steam bath to the program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected masseuse Karen Epperman. Her partner is Mr. Rome Cook, and here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you see every day. Karen Epperman, is that right?
Epperman,
huh? Yes. And a man from Rome, Rome Cook?
That's right.
That's your name, huh? Yeah, Karen, how do you pronounce it, Karen?
Kari?
Karen, what kind of a name is that?
It is from a Swedish name.
I see. You're a masseuse, is that right?
Yes, I am.
Where are you from? Akron, Ohio?
No.
I thought all masseuses came from Akron, Ohio. Now, you must ask me why. Go ahead.
Why are masseuse from Akron, Ohio?
Because that's the rubber capital of America. I, Groucho Marx, solemnly swear never to use that joke again. Rome Cook, is that's your name?
That's my name.
That's an odd name. I know that Rome Burns, but I didn't know Rome Cook. So.
My name was Cookie, but it was shortened to Cook.
Your name was Cookie, and it was shortened to Cook, huh?
That's right.
Well, where are you from?
Rome, Italy.
Rome, Italy, huh?
That's right.
Is that why your first name is Rome?
Must be.
You were named after the city of Rome.
Must be.
Why did you come to California?
Well, the weather condition is very nice here.
Aren't they similar to the weather conditions in Italy?
No, it's not.
They're not?
It's great sunshine here. It can't be beat.
And there isn't any... There's a Hungarian out front, huh? Now, as a masseuse, what do you do, Karen?
I do massage and a steam bath and...
Sounds like ticklish work. Huh? How's business at your steam bath?
Oh, we are pretty busy now.
Mm-hmm. Got your hands full, huh?
Oh, yes, sure.
Well, let's go back to Rome. All roads lead to Rome, don't they, Cookie? Let's see, you work for a winery?
Gallo Wine Company.
Which the Gallo?
Gallo Wines.
Gallo Wines. Do they make just Gallos? Do they make quarts and pints too, or
just
Gallos?
Yes.
Are you married, Cookie?
Yeah, I am.
You have any little grapes at home?
Yes, 4.
4?
Uh-huh.
Well, it's quite a bunch, huh? You must be married to a clinging vine. Now, Rome, do you drink wine yourself?
I do.
Very much?
Well, 3 glasses a day, ever since I can remember.
How long can you remember after 3 glasses? Cookie, why do you drink wine with every meal?
It's a habit, and
why do you do
wine makes meal taste much better.
Have you ever heard of a product called water?
Water? Oh, yes.
Why does the average woman come into your steam bath, Karen, to let off steam?
She wants to take off some pounds or put them on or to relax.
Suppose I wanted you to give me the full treatment. What would I do first?
I give you a private room and give you a sheet and slippers.
I look like Julius Caesar by this time.
You take a mineral bath. Then I put you in a electric cabinet.
What's that?
It's a big, long box with...
Wait a minute. You want to put me in a long box?
Yes, but
I've already got the sheet. Huh? I may look like I'm ready for a box, but if you don't mind, I'll wait a while. I'm not ready for all that heat either. I'll be there soon enough. How long do I stay in this mortuary? Huh?
You stay about 10-15 minutes on one side, and then you turn over on the other side and turn.
Wait a minute. No basting? 15 minutes on each side?
Yes.
All right, my body is being roasted. I'm soaking in mineral oil, and I wish I was home. What's next?
Then I put you on a big marble table.
That's logical. I've got the sheet on. I'm in a pine box, and I'm on a marble slab. By this time, I'm in great shape. Huh? Now, why the marble slab?
I had to brush you with salt with a big brush and try to get the old, just as an old floor rub hard.
Well, you said it, Karen. You said floor. Karen, you said floor, and you and Mr. Cookie over here split $100 between you. Well, you've both been very interesting, but I still don't know whether to spend my time at Karen's steam bath or at Cookie's winery. Karen, why should I want one of your steam massages?
You feel wonderful, relaxed after a massage?
Good, that settles it. If I want to be relaxed, I'll see Karen. And if I want to be stiff, I'll see Rome Cookie. I now pronounce you wine, woman, and song. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, and you'll get a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much our other couples won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The mail girl and the truck driver are still ahead with $170.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected major cities of the world. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
10.
10? In what country is the city of Cairo?
Egypt.
Egypt is right.
Don't do good shot, Rocco. They have $30.
You've got $30. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of your $30 will you bet on your second question?
25.
25. In what country is the city of Baghdad? Talk it over.
Do you know?
You ought to know this. You're both from
Afghanistan.
No, I'm sorry. It's Iraq.
They've dropped to $5 now.
That's a shame. You're down to $5. Well, how much you going to bet? The 5?
5.
Here's your third question. You're going to bet $5. In what country is the city of Vancouver?
Canada.
Canada is correct. And you're climbing again. You have $10. Now you got $10. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 10?
10.
$10. In what country is the city of Warsaw?
What?
Warsaw. W-A-R-S-A-W.
Russia.
I'm sorry. It's Poland. You should have known that. What?
Warsaw. Oh. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah.
You didn't like my pronunciation?
No, I didn't like it.
I didn't care much for myself. Well, now, let's give him another question.
Sure.
They were confused. Give him another question.
No, you can.
Okay. In what country is the city of Buenos Aires?
Argentina.
Argentina is right. That's right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $20.
You wind up with a grand total of $20.
And that means the mail girl and the truck driver, with $170, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question.
Well, give me the question, and in just a minute they'll have a chance to win $2,000.
No matter what make of car you drive, folks, it will pay you to go to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer, whether it's for an emergency or a routine checkup. There you get expert, courteous service at the lowest possible cost. In fact, that's a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's everyday way of doing business. Now, DeSoto Plymouth dealers are able to accomplish this because they have highly skilled mechanics in their shop. And these service experts work with specially designed tools and the most modern equipment. From the records they keep on your car, they're able to tell you, for example, when your engine is in need of a tune-up or a lubrication job. They'll tell you when your tires should be rotated to add thousands of miles to their life. So, for the best from your car, drive in where you get the best service at the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And here's the winning couple, Groucho, the male girl and the truck driver, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 credit.
All right, here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on the single answer between you, so think carefully. And please, no help from the audience. Here we go. Kansas farmers still plow up pieces of ancient Spanish armor. Who was the Spanish commander who led his forces up through the Middle West and claimed it for Spain in 1540? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Cortez.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Francisco Coronado. That's the correct answer. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much?
They won $170 in the quiz.
$170 in the quiz, and you won $100 in the secret word. That's $270. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
Thank you very much. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Good visibility is the first essential of good driving. Always keep your windshield clean. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
And you love your blue suit with the pinstripe and the lovely summer underwear Bess and Walter give you for Christmas and your automatic...
I am not being frivolous, Dave.
I appreciate you not. But you want to make a mountain out of two cross sticks.
The sacred stars of the Milky Way has at last decided to organize a woman's auxiliary. I love the woman's auxiliary. I love the idea of the woman's auxiliary. You refuse to join the idea of the Women's Auxiliary? I mean, to the Women's Auxiliary idea...
Oh, you're just getting yourself excited, Dick.
I am the Women's Auxiliary.
Now, you see, you're not even talking sense.
What will the guys down the Venus chapter say when they hear Vic Brooks' wife refuse to join the Women's Auxiliary?
I didn't refuse. I only said I didn't want to make myself conspicuous.
Conspicuous?
Well, you said something about the lodge putting on parade and me riding down Washington Street on a big white horse.
Well, I'll be riding beside you on another big white horse.
I don't do junk like that. I hate junk like that.
You've never experienced junk like that. How do you know you hate junk like that?
I'm not the type woman for junk like that.
Well, I am.
I know you are.
Mom, guys, anybody home? There's the Iceman or somebody.
There is your little son or somebody. Hello, Sonny.
Mildred Tisdale made the public assertion I wasn't good looking.
Millions of women would jump at the chance to ride a big white horse down Washington Street.
Not me.
All my parents on deck, by George. All people.
Think of it, Sade. The mammoth parade comes marching by. The band plays and the bugles blare. Who's this beautiful woman riding side saddle with such dashing skill? Why, it's Mrs. Vic, your cook.
Hey.
What's the discussion?
Something on your chin, Willie.
Marshmallow. Hey, just a little while ago downtown, Mildred Tisdale got right up in front of everybody and made the public assertion I wasn't good looking.
Oh, Ish, what do you care? Your mother thinks you're good looking.
I'm plenty good looking.
Your great white horse whinnies. Your long silk skirts ripple in the breeze. The plumes on your hat flutter and flash in the sunshine. Your noble steed jiggles his silver bridle, and you call out, "Get up!" and show the crowd a smile.
I'm still on the horse, huh?
Hey, listen to the applause.
Whirled around and faced the leader of the counterfeiting clothing manufacturers. "I'll teach you to get smart with me," he roared. Whipping his solid gold revolver from its expensive mink holster, he fired 3 times. Lady Margaret nervously tapped her fashionable French spats with the handle of her dainty parasol and pinkened, dimpled, shuddered, sighed, choked, winked, trembled, faltered, and sneezed. The miserable, villainous ringleader of the desperate criminals gave utterance to a snarling chuckle, so evil as to chill an honest man to the bone. Huh?
Oh, I'll bet that's the way the fellow chuckles.
Do it again. Yeah? Or maybe more on this order.
Or here.
Your real evil chuckle is good and guttural.
Go on with the story.
The miserable, villainous ringleader of the desperate criminals gave utterance to a snarling chuckle, so evil as to chill an honest man to the bone. Yeah. Lady Margaret glanced down at the toe of her tiny patent leather Mary Jane slipper, gulped, whimpered, gasped, and winced.
Oh, she must be an acrobat.
Sure keeps busy, don't she?
A woman like that skulking around would make me nervous.
Third Lieutenant Stanley drew back his full red lips and revealed twin rows of huge square teeth, the color of old ivory. "I am going to kiss you, sweetheart," he screamed. Lady Margaret recoiled, shrank, debauched, shriveled, tottered, stumbled, quivered, twitched, and pranced.
"Holy smoke.
"You've already given me 36 kisses, dear," she pouted. "One more makes 37, shouted her lover, as he embraced her with a will. Suddenly, a crowd of horsemen appeared over the horizon, and our friends were startled and amazed. "Hi, Mom."
Hi, Willie. Your father with you?
"No.
So now you're talking?
Orville Weenie's here."
"Good afternoon, Miss Brooks."
Oh, hello, Orville. How are you?
"Oh, I'm fine."
It occupies a good deal of my time raising this pompadour.
Yes, I imagine that would keep a person busy.
Raising a pompadour keeps a man busy without causing any big strain on his mind. I don't like to make my brain overwork itself. I like my brain to slush along easy and comfortable.
I was reading out loud some junk from this 3rd Lieutenant Stanley book. There's a fellow that chuckles an evil, villainous chuckle, and Orville and myself have been practicing that evil
Yes,
villainous.
I'd kind of counted on your father being here.
Anything wrong?
No, only I kind of halfway stuck my neck out. I told Mr. Corporal. Say, that's a coincidence, Orville. He'll be over here directly.
My brother-in-law will?
Yes.
Well, where does the coincidence come in at?
Well, you and your brother-in-law both being here at the same time?
Well, I don't see much of a coincidence in that setup. I'm often in the same place as my brother-in-law is, like at the supper table nights.
Oh.
No, I don't see no big fancy coincidence in that setup.
All right, have it your own way.
Not at all.
Oh, just stick your neck out, Mom.
Well, I told Mr. Corporal I'd do something for him, and I might not be able to deliver. I got to get your father's permission.
Well, what'd you tell him you'd do?
Well, I told him I'd fix it so he could play in the sewage disposal workers' silver cornet band.
Oh?
He wants to be a musician in that band, and I blurted out a little spiel and practically promised him your father'd arrange it.
Uh-huh.
They pay a fee to the musicians in that band. It's not much, nothing big and substantial in the money line, but it's something. And Mr. Corporal needs all the cash he can get a hold of.
Yeah. Around home, he belly aches all day long about it.
Well, that's too bad.
He'll fling himself down in his chair there at the supper table of an evening, and he'll scream like a smallmouth bass about how hard up he is. My sister Edith, she'll listen a while, and then she'll say, "Shut up, Vernon. I get so tired of listening to you yelp and whimper."
Well, don't be telling me any family secrets, Orville.
There's no secret to it. My brother-in-law, he'll holler like a wet buffalo about how he wished he had a couple of extra
I won't
dollars.
listen to private family confidential trash, Orville. Anyway, I'm going upstairs. Right, as soon as Gov gets home, holler up and let me know.
Okay.
I'm going to slip in them out of clothes.
Okay.
Go on with the story.
Don't you have to go read gas meters?
Heck with it. Read.
The wretchedly leader of the counterfeiting clothing manufacturers once again snickered his evil snicker.
Be sure and let me know when your father gets home, Willie.
You bet.
That was a pretty evil snicker.
Yes, it was.
So was that.
Your brother-in-law Vernon plays the piano, don't he, Orville?
He plays it, but he don't play it so hard.
Well, they don't use pianos in a brass band.
Don't they?
No.
Well, this is a kind of a thing that don't worry me a great deal.
No, me neither. But my mother said your brother-in-law wanted to get in the sewage disposal workers' silver cornet band. If they don't use pianos in a band, why would your
There's
brother...
a banjo also.
Banjo?
Tin do funny. It's got tin strings on it. Punkety, punkety, punk, 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 punkety.
Yeah, I know what a banjo is.
Tin do funny.
Well, they don't use banjos in brass bands any more than they use pianos.
I don't care about it.
Well, I was just wondering, is all.
This is one of them situations where I don't feel called upon to exert my brains. They can use banjos and brass bands, or they can throw banjos in the river. Don't make any difference to me one way or the other. I just let that junk sleep. My brain likes to slush along easy and comfortable. My brain likes to lay back folded and relaxed. My brain likes...
Hello! This is the good room, Murphy. Well, Uncle Fletcher. Oh, Uncle Fletcher.
Look, honey. How are you, honey?
I'm fine.
I got Roy dejectedly with me.
And I got Orville Weenie with me. Right.
Is that your father, Roy?
No, it's Uncle Fletcher and Roy dejectedly.
I'll be down directly.
Hello, Fletch. Hello, Roy.
Hello there, lad.
Hello, Orville. Hello, Ash.
How are you, Mr. Dejectedly?
I can't take. How's the gas meter business?
Oh, I'm not working very hard at it this afternoon, you know. Man hates to drive his brains too fast in warm weather.
Look, honey. Where's Mom and Papa?
Mom is upstairs. Papa's not home from the office yet.
I and Roy dejectedly here have news.
Yeah?
I hope it's not very exciting, Pete. The brains is just nice and soggy and relaxed. I wouldn't want to hear any exciting news, but it's sure enough and make them jump.
Yeah, I'd be sure.
Was sarcasm intended by that remark, Roy?
Yep. Right, honey. Roy, the Jester and myself are seriously considering buying ourselves a share in the restaurant business. Really? We are seriously considering purchasing a piece of the little tiny petite feather pizza.
Yeah, only plan to invest $9 in the enterprise.
How was that, Roy?
Say we only plan to invest $9 in the enterprise.
Why did you feel it was necessary to say that, Roy?
Well, I didn't feel anything very sharp about it one way or the other.
What about your business, Roy? You mentioned tons of money. Food operator keeps his skeptic when it comes to his own personal affairs. So this don't blow out the business. No, the fact isn't that some tons of money. It's not a fact.
Hey! You in the living room, kiddo?
Here's the telephone.
Hi, Gus. Gus home, Mom.
Where are you, kiddo?
She's upstairs, Gus.
Thanks, that old cat.
Hi. We got quite a few of the different ones on deck. Is this Vic? Rush, is this Vic? Yeah. Hello, Vic, honey. Well, they're both chaste, beautiful girls. How are you, Roy? Yeah. Our business is a pleasure. Professor, accept this kiss me $20 here.
I'll start.
Say, if we had 4 more times, we could get up a baseball nine or a vaudeville strike wire. Gentlemen, life is full of joy and blessing.
Yeah, sure is.
You better have. And I want to say you. That honey, I enjoy doing around the place. That's your very. We are seriously toying with the notion of buying a share of a little tiny petite feather tea company. Juggling the thought around in our heads. We might just possibly under the restaurant business. Great stuff. It is great stuff. It is great stuff. The restaurant business are one of the most substantial businesses on the face of the earth. You pick some party goes into the ribbon business. Well, it is going into the business. The women requires ribbons to base on their undershirt, but they don't require ribbons to base on their undershirt as a girl. On the other hand, people have to eat every day.
Yeah, that's where the restaurant business has got it over the ribbon business.
Keep out of it, Roy.
No, all right.
I'm allowed to muddle an object of the thought.
No doubt about it.
Look, honey, secret negotiations is in progress, and I and Roy might be part owners of the little tiny petite feather tea shopping ere the sun rises in the heavens tonight.
Some six in the heavens tonight.
You were asked the question, are they lab?
No.
Then I think if I was you, I'd sit down.
Oh, I am sitting down.
Back myself.
Oh, well, thank you, young professor. I hope you and Roy are good and successful in your enterprise. I've always had a private ambition myself to go into the restaurant business. Years ago, when I was a young trunk in Bellinger,
Hello? Hello? That's Mrs. Trogle.
Is it?
I recognize her voice. Hello? That's Mom's friend, Mrs. Trogle, Uncle Fletcher. Speak up, ma'am.
Oh, I'll take it, Uncle Fletcher. That's Sadie's sidekick, Mrs. Trogle, that resides on West Monroe Street.
You must have the wrong number.
No! It's Mrs. Trogle.
Give me the telephone. I want to get talk of interruptions and just going on. Let's engage in conversation after I'm done here. Oh, you got the wrong number, ma'am. Yes, goodbye. Women shouldn't be allowed to use the half-wit telephones. They get confused. No, Vic, honey. She looms up altogether likely that I and Roy enters the restaurant business.
Oh, it's fine.
Yeah, got $9 between us. I say, Fletcher's got $3.75, and I
Roy,
got...
I asked you not to mention sums of money.
Well, what's the harm in it?
Yeah, what a crowd. I guess I knew you were all here, but you look like so many. How are you, Mr. Dejectedly?
Oh, I'm just fine, Miss Grove, just fine.
Sadie, honey, I am glad the whole family are assembled because I and Roy are desirous of making a statement which will probably startle...
all right, Uncle Fletcher, but let me say something first. Vic, Mr. Corkle will be here in a minute. I don't know whether I done right or wrong, but I practically...
Well, let me say something first. Kiddo, the lodge is at last going to have a ladies' auxiliary. It's a dream of mine come true. I've been wanting the Sacred Stars of the Milky Way to have a ladies' auxiliary for the last 15 years.
Well, I'm not much of a joiner, you know, Vic. I'm kind of halfway shy.
Oh, shy. Well, nonsense.
Well, you appreciate how I am.
I bet 6 months from today there'll be a parade or something, and you and I will ride down Washington Street on twin white horses.
That's the kind of trash I'm no good at.
Or twin motorcycles. There'll be a parade down Washington Street, and along will come Dick Brooke, the exalted Big Dipper, the drowsy Venus chapter, the sacred stars of the Milky Way. And right beside him, astride a magnificent motorcycle, will be his wife, Davy, the first lady of the Auxilary.
I'd rather die than be seen on Washington Street on a horse or a motorcycle.
You mean you won't join the ladies' auxiliary, the sacred stars of the Milky Way?
We don't need to go into that right now.
Yes, we do. This is a matter close to my heart. If the sacred stars of the Milky Way are willing to accept my wife for membership, I really must...
Vic, please listen.
What is it?
What's the idea of that?
Evil chuckles.
Huh?
Evil chuckles?
What, Mr. Dejectedly?
The boys have got evil chuckles.
Well, see, Mom, we've been reading the Third Lieutenant Stanley book where the villain...
Take your evil chuckles some other place. Dick, listen now.
You have changed your mind and wish to ride down Washington Street on a white horse?
No,
You wish to ride down Washington Street on a motorcycle?
No, I...
My landlady, Miss Keller, was stirring up a batch of beef puckles the other afternoon.
Listen, I want to say something. Now, Vic, pay attention.
Say what you wish to say.
Mr. Corkle has asked me to read a fellow will be here in a minute.
Am I supposed to swoon dead away at those stifling titles?
Oh, you boys, get out of here.
Well, we were only
Keep that noise outdoors. Go sit on the porch and chuckle your evil chuckles. You hear, Rush?
Come on, Orville.
Yes, indeed.
To continue, Sade and Becky, honey, with the amazing announcement, which
I haven't said what I wanted to say yet, Uncle Fletcher. Now, Vic, Mr. Corkle will be here in a minute. I saw him earlier this afternoon. I don't know whether I've done right or wrong, but I practically promised him you'd arrange it so he could be taken into the sewage disposal workers' silver cornet band.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I did. You got Pelter Unbleed into that band, and you got Michigan from Michigan into that band. Mr. Corkle's been nice to us in lots of different ways, and he's a deserving man and can use extra money. And he's a perfectly grand musician.
Don't he play the piano?
He plays the piano fine.
They don't use pianos in brass bands.
It's the banjo he wants to play in the band. He's got a lovely banjo he plays.
Banjo?
I'll explain the banjo to you, Vic. The banjo is...
They don't use banjos in brass bands, eh?
Who don't?
Nobody don't.
Nobody don't love me no more. That is a song the Dead Game Sports used to sing back in the southwestern part of eastern North Dakota.
Have they got a banjo player in the sewage disposal workers' silver cornet band?
Of course not.
Well, why do you say of course not?
Because they don't.
All right. Let them hire Mr. Corkle.
There's no such a thing as a banjo in a brass band.
It makes music, don't it?
The banjo gets drowned out in a brass band. Take ordinary half-wit in a brass band.
You know good and well you could do this little thing for Mr. Corkle.
But they don't use banjos in bands. They don't use banjos in bands.
They could use banjos in bands.
No.
Oh, you're just taking this attitude because I refuse to ride down Washington Street on a motorcycle.
It couldn't hurt you to ride down Washington Street on a motorcycle.
I practically promised, Mr. Corkle.
They don't use banjos in bands.
Well, let them start.
Say, this is ridiculous.
You're right. It is. Does a banjo make music or don't it make music?
Oh, I'm tired of talking about banjos.
Now, you'd rather talk about motorcycles, I bet.
You people aren't becoming disputatious, I hope.
I'm very much afraid we are.
Banjo.
Motorcycles.
What's that?
It's the kids out on the front porch chuckling their evil chuckles.
Well, are you in the living room?
And here is Mr. Corkle.
Mrs. Cook?
Yes, I did.
Did she beat the Iceman to a pulp this morning? I beg your pardon, Mr. Gook.
He didn't say anything, Mr. Corkle.
I expect he was just making a little joke.
Yes. In the year 1909, I had something in my tooth and it refused to come out. I forget what I'd done about it. Telephoned the chief of police, likely. Very funny, Roy.
And how is Edith's mother, Mr. Corkle?
Edith's mother has been enjoying robust health in recent weeks, Mrs. Cook. Of course, she will insist on overdoing. That bad, naughty girl. Sometimes Edith and I feel like giving up. Like this morning.
Yeah? What'd she do?
Well, she... I'm afraid this will sound silly.
No, not at all. Not at all. What'd she do?
Well... The young man, that's the young man that lives next door, Harry Screecher, he owns an automobile roadster.
Dromedaries, they call them.
Do they? I thought a dromedary was some kind of a camel.
Almost the same thing. Yeah. A camel is almost the same thing as an automobile? Yeah. I see.
Well, go ahead, Corkle. This young man, Screecher, was lowering the canvas top on his automobile roadster. And when he got it lowered, he produced a sort of a canvas envelope you button around the canvas top. He got all the buttons buttoned up except the one just above the left rear wheel, and that one refused to button. So he asked Edith's mother, who was standing there on the sidewalk, to help him. Well, Edith's mother struggled and tugged at that darn thing, and after a while, she accomplished it.
Oh, is that all?
No, that isn't all. Something seemed to be wrong about the automobile, and when they investigated, the young man and Edith's mother discovered that the left rear wheel was up in the air off the ground.
Oh, my goodness.
Edith's mother is muscular and no mistake. She gets awful tired. But there's no argument about her being muscular.
Oh, I shouldn't say that. Hey, me and Orville have really got evil chuckles worked up now.
Well, all right. And Orville, you're here too, huh, Orville?
Yeah.
How many gas meters have you read this afternoon? 2. That's not a very good report.
Oh, I don't aim to murder myself working.
Well, Mrs. Cook, about that little matter we discussed earlier this afternoon, did you come to some decision? I mean...
Well, I mentioned the matter to Mr. Gook.
What did he say?
They don't use banjos in brass bands.
Not as a general rule, they don't, I guess.
They never do. There's not a brass band in the world with a banjo player in it.
There's no law against a brass band with a banjo player.
Well, of course not.
A brass band with a banjo player would be silly.
Mr. Corkle is silly.
I didn't say that.
Your remark could be interpreted to mean that.
This conversation is going tight.
Who is making it that way? And you boys can stop that. Vic, could you, if you wanted to, arrange it so that Mr. Corkle could play in the sewage disposal workers' silver cornet band?
They do not have banjos in bands.
Corkle, I and Roy here may enter into the restaurant business.
Is that a fact?
We're seriously toying with the notion of purchasing a piece of the little tiny petite dozen for their tea coffee.
How exciting.
Yeah, going to invest $9. Roy, you've done it again. You pulled out your business, you mentioned sums of money.
Vic, I'll make a deal with you.
What's that?
If you'll fix it so Mr. Corkle plays his banjo in the band, I'll join Ladies Auxilary.
Yes?
Yeah.
No fooling?
No fooling.
You ride down Washington Street in the parade on a white horse?
Yes.
And you ride down Washington Street in the parade on a black motorcycle?
Yes.
That's a deal.
Good.
Corkle, band rehearsal is on Monday night at 8 o'clock in the Unity Building.
I'm just enormously grateful, Mr. Gook.
Think that's a minute. Are you happy, Steve?
Yes.
I'm happy. Life is full of joy and laughter.
Yeah, like in this Lieutenant Stanley book. Give me another kiss, Lady Margaret, screamed the handsome young officer. The beautiful woman yielded him the sweet caress. Third Lieutenant Clinton Stanley was so happy and crazed that he leaped high into the air, clicking his heels together 5 times before returning to the ground. That was a dandy kiss, he howled, and the young couple walked 2 by 2 into the sunset.
Vitalis for well-groomed hair and Trouche, the beforehand lotion, bring you Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Say, men, here's the way to lick the problem of dry, unruly hair. Hair dried out by sun, wind, and water. It's with Vitalis and the famous 60-second workout. No hair preparation can give your scalp and hair better protection than Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For the Vitalis formula contains 2 of the same ingredients that many skin specialists prescribe for dry, flaky scalps, plus all the other extras that make your hair more handsome, more healthy looking. So try the Vitalis 60-second workout. Let it prevent scalp and hair dryness, rout flaky dandruff, and give you the best-looking, healthiest-looking head of hair you ever had. You look your best tomorrow if you get a bottle of Vitalis today.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you like meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Business? Well, it's been a little slow all week, but I'm sure it'll pick up as soon as a customer comes in. Yeah, the way it's been going, all we ever used the cash register for is a paperweight for the IOUs. Huh? From now on, everybody pays cash? But, Duffy, you can't do that. We can't treat our clientele that way. This is high-class people, accustomed to charge accounts, people with backgrounds. These are second- and third-generation chiselers. Huh? I got to collect all outstanding IOUs? But, Duffy, how can I? Well, I can. Most of our customers is broke. You can't expect me to get blood out of a tulip. Huh? Okay, I'll do the best I can. Eddie.
Yes?
Eddie, look, how many dinners did we serve tonight?
Let's see. You eaten yet?
No.
None.
That bad, huh?
Yeah. Well, let me put it this way. You see that mouse over there nibbling at the free lunch?
Yeah?
The minute he reaches for a toothpick, the dinner rush is over.
Eddie, you know our policy. No jokes about the free lunch. Also, we got another new policy. No more charge accounts. Duffy saw about the customers not paying their bills.
Well, it ain't the customer's fault.
What do you mean?
Well, it's the way they were brought up. When other kids was learning the ABCs, the ones in this neighborhood was learning the IOUs.
Well, irregardless of the reason, we got to start collecting. Now, hand me that box of IOUs there.
Okay. Want to help me lift it?
Okay, here, get hold of it now.
Well, that takes care of the A's.
All right, now let's get to the B's. Incidentally, did you notice how systematic I got them boxes? Read the labels, Eddie.
Let's see. Won't pay. Refuses to pay. Never will pay. What about this one?
What about it?
No label.
Oh, that's for the deadbeats.
Quite a system, you know. What about this one? The one labeled disregard.
Oh, well, them is IOUs from guys 6 foot tall, over 200 pounds. Hey, Miss Duffy, come here. I want you to help check these IOUs.
Oh, okay.
Now, let's see here. Let's see. That was a sight laugh. Let's see. Louis the Lush, 25 cents. One-Eyed Gold Fob, 25 cents. Clancy the Cop, 25 cents. Herbie the Midget, 12.5 cents. Miss Duffy, render them gentlemen a statement, huh?
Oh, okay. What about this IOU from Grease Tub O'Rourke?
The gourmet?
Yeah. It's for $8.60.
Oh, yeah, $8.60 the time he threw the big birthday party.
Yeah. That was 5 years ago, and he hasn't been in since. I think we ought to sue him.
Miss Duffy, a man that spends $8.60 in one night ain't the kind of customer who can afford to antagonize. Now, let's get to the next one here. Let's see. Willie Schultz. 8-course dinner. IOU 20 cents. I think we're going to have trouble collecting that one.
Why?
He says we padded the bill.
We did.
Archie, look, the trouble with you is you're too soft. You let everybody take advantage of you.
Maybe you're right. You know, to get along in business today, you got to be tough and ruthless, you know. Give me one of them IOUs.
No, okay. Here's one from Lightfinger Lynch.
Lightfinger Lynch. Yeah, that crumb. Give me the phone. I'm going to call him up.
Maybe he's out.
No, I'm pretty sure he's in. Hello? I'd like to speak to Lightfinger Lynch. He can't come to the phone, huh? Well, look, Warden. I don't want to alarm you, but I think it's only fair to warn you that you are harboring a criminal. I'm sick of being nice to people.
Miss Archie, that customer over there.
Where, the seedy-looking guy?
Yeah, he just finished a hamburger and he wants another one.
So?
He's got that IOU look in his eye.
Well, kick him out.
But, Mr. Archie, he looked kind of shabby now. He looked like he could use a meal.
Eddie, I tell you got to be tough. Now, let me handle this. Good afternoon, me good man. Me maitre d' here informs me that you have ordered a XX hamburger. Have you got any dough?
No, I'm broke.
I thought so. Get out of here, you crumb.
But, mister, I'm still hungry.
So what? People without dough ain't got no business getting hungry. Here. Let me help you to the door, me good man. And here's a little something to remember me by.
Oh. Mr. Archie, did you have to kick him?
Well, sure. Why not?
Well, wasn't the hamburger punishment enough?
Eddie, the trouble with you is you're too soft. In this world, believe me, it's every man for himself. Dog eat dog, and the devil take the hindmost. Hello, Finnegan. What can I do for you?
I think I'll have a ham sandwich.
Ham sandwich on what?
On credit.
Sorry, Finnegan, we got a new policy. From now on, no more IOUs.
No more what?
IOUs.
Look, I'm old enough. You don't have to spell in front of me.
Cut out the asinines, will you? And while we're on the subject, how about paying the 15 cents for that Parmesan cheese sandwich last week?
Good gosh, I'm broke.
Well, then why did you eat the sandwich? What kind of a man are you, anyhow? You want to go through life not paying bills? What do you think people are going to say about you when you die?
Probably the same thing they said about my Uncle Horace.
What was that?
Let's bury him.
Finnegan, stop trying to evade important issues with flippant quips. Now, pay me the 15 cents.
Well, okay, I'll pay you.
Good.
Can you lend me 15 cents?
Where am I going to get the 15 cents?
Well, you always get it out of the cash register.
Yeah, but how am I going to get the dough to put it back?
I'll give you me IOU. You see, then we'll all be even.
We'll be even?
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, I guess we would. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That way we'd be clipping you for an extra 15 cents.
How come?
Well, you only had one sandwich and we'd be holding 2 IOUs.
Don't worry, Arch. I didn't hold the sandwich. Yeah, so it works out even, you see. But anyway, why do you make all this fuss about one little sandwich?
It ain't the sandwich, it's the principle. There's a lot of people that's affected economic-wise by that cheese sandwich.
Oh.
You see, cheese is made from milk.
Yeah.
Now, that milk has to come from a cow.
Yeah.
So, naturally, there's the farmer that owns the cow. Now, this farmer has a daughter.
Archie, I don't like to stop you, but I just heard the story yesterday.
This is a different story.
Oh.
Talking about economics now. Now, you see, the farmer's daughter, she milks the cow.
Yeah?
Then there's the man that has to deliver the milk to the market. And the man that homogenizes the milk into cheese. All kinds of people. Then there's Al Jolson. And hundreds of other people.
How do you like that? All them people making a living out of a sandwich I ain't even paid for.
You know, Finnegan, if you wasn't such an old friend, I'd be forced to ejaculate you. Just like I threw out that bum a few minutes ago.
You threw a guy out?
Yeah.
I hope it wasn't the guy I heard about on the radio.
What guy?
Some millionaire that goes around dressed like a bum.
You mean Bing Crosby?
Archie, Finnegan's talking about J. Everett Poindexter.
J. Everett, who's he?
Well, here, it's right here in the paper. He's a millionaire who goes around posing as a bum and hands out $1,000 bills.
Whom to him?
To people who are kind to him. People who help others less fortunate than themselves.
J. Everett Poindexter, huh?
Art,
yeah?
How does a guy get to be a bum?
Well, first he gets married.
Yeah?
That's all. J. Everett Poindexter.
Look, is getting married the only way to become a bum?
Well, no. A guy can start as a panhandler, a vagrant, a hobo.
A radio comedian?
Yeah, of course. Eddie, you wasn't at Libin, was you? J. Everett Poindexter.
Archie, what's the difference between a bum and you?
He gets paid.
Boy, Eddie, she thought she had you.
Art, I hate to pursue this subject, but does one have to go to college to become a bum?
Well, not necessarily, but it helps. Finnegan, why all this sudden interest about bums?
Well, Art, as you know, for some time I've been dabbling in unemployment.
Yes?
Now I'm thinking of making it a profession.
Now, Finnegan, you wouldn't want that kind of a life.
No, that ain't for you.
Nah, you gotta live outdoors all the time.
Yeah, depend on people to give you free clothes and meals.
Don't have no job.
No regular hours.
Nobody to tell you what to do. Eddie.
Yeah, I wonder when we could join up.
Oh, what's the use of dreaming? J. Everett Poindexter. Miss Duffy, you say he poses as a bum and gives away $1,000? Eddie, that bum I threw out, it might have been J. Everett Poindexter. Finnegan, quick, we got to get the guy back. Go out and round up every bum you can find and tell him that I'm inviting to come down here.
Okay, Art, but what if they refuse the invitation?
Well, just tell them we're holding open house at Duffy's Tavern.
Well, make up your mind. You want him to come or don't you?
Cut the wisecracks, Eddie. Now get going, Finnegan, quick.
Oh, hello, Arch.
Oh, hello, Joe. Glad to see you. We're holding open house here at the tavern.
Open house?
Yeah.
You mean the ceiling's caved in again?
This is a different kind, Joe. You see, I got a new slant on things. I want the joy of helping others, the satisfaction of unselfish generosity, the pleasure of charity for charity's sake.
The thrill of getting $1,000.
Eddie, the farthest thing from me mind was J. Everett Poindexter.
Hey, who's he, Arch?
He's a millionaire that goes around handing out dough to people that does good for other people, see? An eccentric.
Oh, really? Well, I'll see you later, Arch.
Where you going?
To find that millionaire. If he's looking for people that help others, what's wrong with me?
You mean?
Certainly. I help a lot of women.
Sounds interesting. Tell me about it, Joe.
I help women every week when I tell them that for the softest, smoothest, loveliest hands, they should use Trouchet, the beforehand lotion. What greater help could you give a woman than to tell her about a hand lotion like Trouchet that she can put on beforehand, before she does dishes, before she does light laundry, so her hands will be protected even in that hot, soapy water. And what greater help could you get from a hand lotion than to be able to use it not only beforehand, but any time? Any time you need a creamy, softening lotion.
Truly, anyone who wants to help herself to smoother, softer, lovelier hands should begin today to use Trouchet.
You know, Joe, listening to that talk about Trouchet just gave me an idea. You know, if Poindexter gives me that $1,000, you know the first thing I'm going to do?
What?
Buy a set of earplugs.
Well, what? Boy, I got a flock of them.
Yeah, huh? You round up all the bums in the neighborhood?
Yeah, and there's one guy I think must be that millionaire, that Poindexter.
No kidding.
Yeah. I was watching him pick up cigar butts.
Yeah?
This guy didn't pick one up unless it had a Cadillac tire mark on it.
Well, all we can do is hope.
Yeah.
Where did you find all these guys?
Oh, down to the Bowery, and the docks, and the city dump, and the lobby of the Ritz.
What was you doing at the Ritz?
Looking for strays.
But how could you tell the gentleman from the bums?
Oh, that's easy. I just walk up to a guy and say, "Hey, you big bum."
Yeah?
If he sucked me, I knew he was a gentleman. But I certainly did a good job for you, Art.
Swell. What'd you finally wind up with?
1 black eye, 2 front teeth, and 14 bums.
Yeah, huh?
Tell me something, Miss Archie. When these bums come in for the handout, what are we going to use for food?
The same food that people eat here every night. By the way, is there any left?
Food or people?
Look, Eddie, if it's good enough for the rest of the bums that come to this place, it's good enough for them bums. Now, let's see. How can we make them feel at home? Tell you what, put a sign out in front, hobo spoken here. Let's see, what else? Oh, yeah, Eddie, what can we do to make the place look like a boxcar?
Just put it on wheels.
Hey, Art, look. Here come the bums in now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at them. Look at them, Eddie. What do you think?
Well, they certainly add tone to the place.
You ain't kidding. You know, one of them bums may be J. Everett Poindexter himself. Eddie.
Yeah?
That tall, distinguished bum over there, the one with the cardboard vest and the plug hat.
Yeah?
Sort of bump into him and see if he jingles, huh? Hey, wait a minute. First, I'll address him. Gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's Tavern, where I hope you will find a safe and friendly haven from the cares and stripes of this unfriendly world.
For this, I had to leave a nice shady spot in the gutter.
I hope you gentlemen will accept our fine, unselfish gesture in the spirit...
Hey, Bodie, air in this place.
What about it?
Where are you hiding the goat?
Maybe you're right. The atmosphere does seem a trifle putrefied. Eddie, please close the door to the icebox.
I can't. We need the light.
Look, cut the gab. Where's the food?
Coming right up. Eddie, fetch this gentleman a hamburger while I test out to see which one is Poindexter. Tell me, sir, not that I wish to be subtle, but do you ever smoke expensive cigars like Coronas?
Partly.
Yeah. Tell me, do you like the V-type overshaft drive on the new Cadillac?
I don't know. I've been traveling on my private car on the Santa Fe.
Yeah. Sir, I wonder if we have any important friends in common.
Well, I know your boss.
You're a friend of Duffy's?
Yeah.
I guess I was wrong. The guy's a bum.
Hey, Doc, where's the hamburger?
Coming right up, sir. Eddie, I tell you what. You talk to that guy while I talk to this one, see?
Okay. Excuse me, sir. What line of business are you in?
Well, up until last month, I had a steady job at the Fulton Fish Market. After that, I became a bum.
Fish market, huh? How long did you work at the market?
Eddie, did I hear the word market?
Yeah, this gentleman worked there.
Oh, really? Tell me, sir. You say you was connected with the market?
That's right.
What was your connection?
Well, I don't like to mention it.
Go ahead. You can tell me. What was you doing?
Cleaning up.
Do you mind if I ask what you cleaned up?
Oh, about 5,000 fish a day.
5,000? what did you do with these 5,000 fish?
Threw them away.
You threw them away?
Yeah, all except the fins.
What did you do with the fins?
Oh, I just handed them out for the kids to play with.
Eddie, the guy is loaded. Look, tell me, J.E., why did you leave the stock exchange?
The stock exchange? I'm talking about the Fulton Fish Market.
The fish market. Eddie, throw this imposter out.
Come along, mister. Kind, generous old Archie wants to kick you out.
Wait a minute, Eddie. I got a scheme. Gentlemen, how would you all like to step up to the bar for a round of free booze? Just a minute. What about you, sir? You seem to be shaking your head no. You don't drink?
That's right.
May I ask why?
I got an ulcer.
Eddie, we got the millionaire.
Just a minute. Now, just because you got an ulcer don't mean he's a millionaire.
Oh, no? When you're a millionaire, you got money, ain't you? And when you got money, you got dames. And when you got dames, you got worries. And when you got worries, you got ulcers. Now, let me back to the guy here. Sir, it gladdens me heart that you people came here tonight. It does something to me. It stirs up a real warm glow inside of me to realize that I'm making you bums happy.
Well, if it gladdens your heart so much, how come you kicked me out of here a little while ago?
Oh, that a mere slip of the foot, right, Eddie?
Yeah, the sort of tongue-in-shoe.
Sure, just a boyish prank. But back to kind old me. Sir, I have always been kindly. It started when I was a kid, helping old ladies across the street. Sometimes I'd walk blocks just to find an old lady.
But what if she didn't want to cross the street?
That was her tough luck. That's the thing about kindness. When one has a passion for it, one does not care whom it hurts. Take me. On my day off, I spend hours riding the subway, even when I ain't going nowhere, just so I can stand up and give some old lady my seat. So that's the way I feel about you, sir.
Bartender, how about a drink?
Are you bum?
Certainly not.
Then beat it. As I was saying, take you, for example, sir. I have a feeling that if we were to look underneath those patches in your pants, that we'd find something very rare. A heart of gold.
Archie, that's all I wanted to hear. I think I owe you an apology.
An apology?
Yes. I'm not really a bum. I am J. Everett Poindexter, the millionaire.
I'm afraid I have never heard of you, sir. But please be our guest. Come on, everybody. Soup's on.
Yes, there. Help yourself, gentlemen.
Just a minute. I need a fork.
A fork?
I don't like to pick up this food with my fingers.
You mean you haven't washed your hands?
I mean I have.
As I was saying, Mr. What was your name again, sir?
Poindexter.
Oh, yes. As I was saying, J. Everett, I am always anxious to help the other fella. I'm what they call a philanderer, you know. Love to help people. Now, take that poor downtrodden soul there. You, sir.
Yeah?
How would you like me to get a job for you so you can go to work?
Work? Please, not while I'm eating.
You mean you don't want me to get your job?
What I want a job for? To support a bum like me? Go get lost, you crackpot.
The mercy of charity is sometimes strained. But as I was saying, good night, sir. I think he should be with the Notre Dame backfield. As I was saying, Mr. Poindexter, I like to help people, and if I had a little extra wherewithal, say $1,000, I could do no end of good deeds.
Archie, who's paying for all this food you're handing out tonight?
Well, you see,
who owns this place?
Well, Duffy's the owner and proprietor, but I'm the real figurehead.
In other words, Duffy bought this food?
Well, yes and no. Excuse me. Hello? What, Duffy? What about the bums? Now, look, don't fly into a transom. Now, hold the line a minute, will you? Eddie, take Mr. Poindexter out of earshot. Hello? Hello, Duffy. You coming right down to kick them out? But, Duffy, you can't again. Hello? Hello? Oh, no. Eddie, we got to work fast. Duffy's coming down. Now, introduce me quick so I can make my charity speech. Huh?
Okay. Ladies, gentlemen, honored guests, millionaires, and bums, I would like to say a few words about our benefactor, Good Archie. In all the years I've known this gentleman, he has always thought of the other fella and how to do him a favor. Like when there's any work to be done, this kind gentleman always let me do it. Why? So Mr. Duffy won't catch me loafing. He has always been generous and kind. And now, to make a tall story short, I present to you bums a man I feel is one of you. Mr. Archie himself.
Thank you. J. Everett and fellow bums, it behooves me to make a long speech at this point, but I'm afraid I ain't got time. However, I find me reward in having you here, and if there is anyone in our monks that feels that some money should be handed out, I say that now is the time for that gentleman to open up his big fat wallet. Mr. Poindexter, do you have anything to say at this point?
Yes. I'd like to make a slight presentation.
Okay, but hurry it up.
Friends, tonight I'm going to reward a great humanitarian.
That's nice.
Archie, look who's in the doorway.
What? Duffy himself. Poindexter, quick. Give me the $1,000.
Just a second. Gentlemen, I deem it an honor and a privilege to bestow this token of gratitude upon the man who made this grand evening possible.
Thank you.
And so I present this $1,000 to our good friend, Patrick J. Duffy.
That's dirty Duffy. Duffy, did you have to come down here tonight? Don't you know that charity begins at home?
Yes, it's a hit. Thousands of men have switched to new Benex brushless shave cream. Thousands are discovering that Benex gives them the best shaves they ever had.
Mister, it's time you, too, tried Benex, the new wonder shave with a sensational beard-softening formula.
Benex brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth and comfortable.
And Benex doesn't clog your razor or drain.
But don't take our word for it. Just try Benex yourself. Get a tube at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a big 25-cent tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex, B-E-N-E-X, Empire State Building, New York 1, New York.
Remember, buy Benex brushless or get a big 25-cent tube free by writing Benex, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry, offer limited. It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday when our guest will be Cass Daly. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Vitalis for well-groomed hair and Truchet, the beforehand lotion. Today, more than ever, the people of the world look to America for leadership. If they find us fighting among ourselves, discriminating against racial and religious groups, these frustrated, tired people will turn to a way of life that we know means war and bondage. Let us Americans demonstrate that men of different races, religions, and national origins can be united in freedom. Let us, by our example, bring a hope and faith in our American way of life so the rest of the world will choose democracy and peace. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
amazing. It's Prell, P-R-E-L-L, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Those who know him best will freely admit that Chester A. Riley is indeed a generous soul. Nothing brings Riley greater pleasure than the act of giving. Not sordid things like money, but something more precious. Advice. For instance, the other night, Riley had a dinner guest, a young fellow who works alongside of Riley at the plant, and during coffee, Riley was sounding off.
Believe me, Henry, there's nothing like marriage. We've been married 18 years. Greatest investment in the world. Why,
Riley, stop dropping ashes on the carpet.
when I was a bachelor, if I wanted a good meal, I had to spend at least $2 in a restaurant. But I was smart. I invested that same $2 in a marriage license. Now look what I got. A combination cook, maid, and housekeeper.
And a scrub woman and laundress.
Yeah, when I go out to shoot pool, she's also a babysitter.
Yeah, marriage is fine for some people.
For everybody. Take the tips from me, Henry. Find yourself a nice girl. Get hitched. Peg, do we know some old maid who'd make Henry a...
I am married, Mr. Riley.
You are? Don't show on your face.
Why, you never mentioned it, Henry.
Well, the fact is we're not living together.
Really? Peg, you hear that? They're married, but they're not living together. That's a cute arrangement.
Oh, Riley. For heaven's sake.
Well, I think it's a very... Oh, you mean you split up?
Yeah, Marge is living with her mother.
Well, what happened?
Well, you see, Marge and me had this big fight, and...
What started the fight?
Well, last June we got married.
That's what usually starts it.
Riley, will you stop interrupting?
Well, everything was fine for a few months. We both had jobs, but I believe one person working in the family is enough.
Oh, I see. She refused to let you quit.
Oh, no, I wanted her to quit, but she wouldn't. We were always having little quarrels about it until one night we had a real big fight.
Tell us about the big fight.
Well, she claimed I didn't love her anymore, and she started to cry, and she said she's through, and she told me to pack up and get out. So I left.
Well, that's all very interesting, but tell us about the big fight you had.
Well, that was it.
Oh, I thought you meant with slogan. So you left her, huh? Well, I think you did the right thing.
Well, I don't know. I think I was in the wrong.
You were, Henry. I'm sure she didn't mean any of it.
You think maybe I ought to call her up, Mrs. Riley?
Yes.
Don't you do it. Let her come to you.
But, Riley, maybe...
I know what I'm saying from personal experience. Peg and me almost busted up the first year.
You separated?
Yes, sir. It was a clean break. She handed me her wedding ring, and I handed her the $3 she paid for it. But did I go crawling back? No, sir. I waited till she came to me. Take my advice, Henry. You wait till Marge comes to you. I don't care if it takes 10 years.
Oh, you don't mind if it takes 10 years.
No, I got patience.
You really think that's best?
Now, Henry...
Positive. Well, now that I solved your little problem, Henry, let's celebrate with a round of Coke. I'll go get those.
Mr. Riley's right. After all, she told me to go. Let her come to me.
Henry, before you make up your mind, maybe I better tell you what really happened with us. You know, sometimes Riley forgets things he doesn't want to remember.
You mean it wasn't like he said?
Well, not exactly. He was... Well, I'll tell you the whole thing from the beginning. It was just a few weeks before our first anniversary. We had a little two-room apartment in Brooklyn, and this particular Saturday night we were doing the dishes. I was washing and Riley was
Any more dishes to wipe, Peggy?
Oh, that's all right, dear. I'll finish up by myself. You run along to your poker game.
Well, I hate to leave you alone like this.
Oh, I don't mind. I got some letters to write. I haven't written to Papa in weeks.
Oh, when's the old buzzard coming back from Brazil?
Chester, you promised you wouldn't talk that way about Papa.
Well, I know, but I can't help it. I can't forget how he insulted me when I broke the news we were married.
Well, that's all past
Imagine
now.
offering me $50 to have the marriage annulled. Now, your mother's different. She was real sweet about it. She offered me 100.
Now, you stop, Chester. Now, listen. Pop will be home in a few weeks, and I don't want any fight.
Okay, Peggy.
Now, run along. And remember, you'll be home by 11. You promise?
At 11, I promise.
And good luck in the poker game. Good night.
Thank you. You getting something?
Oh, sorry. Take a kiss.
Well, I meant
Oh, yes. Here's your 50 cents. Try not to lose it all.
Thanks. Oh, gee, you're sweet, Peggy. You really trust me. Here, you let me go out all alone on a Saturday night, and how do you know I won't squander this whole 50 cents on some gorgeous doll?
Oh, listen, Casanova, you talk big.
Oh, yeah. Plenty of beautiful girls were crazy about me, and still are, like Lucille Manning. Why,
stop it. If a beautiful girl as much as looked at you, you'd faint.
No. That's what you think, Mrs. Daddy. When I come face to face with a beautiful dame, I don't faint. She faints. Good night, sweetheart. Well, here's where I leave you, Gillis.
So long, Riley. Great little session we had tonight.
Yeah, it was a great game.
Why are you so jumpy, Riley?
Oh, nothing. What time is it?
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock? Holy smoke, I promised Peg I'd be home by 11.
So what? You still got 6 more rounds.
I mean 11 last night.
Oh, so that's it. Afraid of the ball and chain, huh?
Gillis, please, Gillis, pipe down. You'll wake her up.
Good night, Sonny. Don't let Mama spank too hard.
Wise guy. Oh, I hope she's asleep. She's asleep. Good. I hope she don't wake up. I'm 6 hours late. I could tell her my watch is slow. Yeah, that's a good excuse. I haven't got a watch. Darn those mice. I got to rent a captain. Oh, it's my shoes. I better take them off before I wake Peg.
Who's that? Oh, it's you, dear.
Yeah, go back to sleep.
Why, it's light out. What time is it?
Time? Oh, it's about 5.
5?
Yeah.
What in the world did you get up at this hour for?
Get up.
And you're all dressed. Where are you going?
Going? I'm just coming. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going. To work. That's it. Work. Hi-ho, hi-ho. Go off to work, we go.
Oh, but Chester, it's Sunday.
Yeah, but, well, I got a special job to do.
Oh, that's awful, dear. Why didn't you tell me last night?
Well, it just came up. Goodbye, Peggy. Oh, I'm dead. I better get some sleep. Only 7 o'clock. Everything's closed. I gotta sit down and rest a minute. Oh,
Hello there, Riley.
huh? Who's that?
Don't tell me you've forgotten me.
Oh, hello, Lucille.
What are you doing? Hey, don't lie down on that fender.
Excuse me, Lucille. I'm dead tired.
Well, hop in. I'll give you a lift.
Oh, well, thanks.
Where are you going, Riley?
No place, Lucille. I got a whole day to kill.
Oh? Well, how about coming with me? The Greenpoint Social Club is giving a picnic. How about it, Riley?
No, okay.
Same old Riley. Life of the party. Hello?
Hello, Peg. Jim Gillis. Say, me and Honeybee was wondering if you kids would like to spend the afternoons together with us.
Oh, well, we'd love to, but Chester isn't home. He's working.
What?
Working. The poor dear left at 5 this morning.
Hey, but that's when he... Oh, the poor dear.
Yes, it's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah, well, look, as long as Riley is, working, how's about you coming with us?
Well, I'd love to. Where are we going?
To a picnic. The Green Plains Social Club.
Well, we're here. Riley, we're here. Wake up.
Well, where am I?
At the picnic. I'm Lucille, remember?
Lucille! What am I? You kidnapped me.
What? Come on, Riley, let's get out of the car.
Don't try to kiss me. I'm married.
Why, you conceited ape. You don't think I brought you out here because of your fatal charm?
Oh, you mean you don't care for me that way?
I don't care for you anyway. I happen to be meeting my boyfriend here. I'll see you around.
Okay. I think I'll go over to that clump of trees and stretch out and take a snooze.
Here's a nice spot, Peg. Right near that clump of trees.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Hey, listen to that. I didn't know there was a sawmill on the premises.
What? That's snoring. There's only one man I ever heard snore like that. Oh, it can't be him. He's working.
Well, I better go back to the car and help Honeybee with the glove.
I'll set up the grate for the fire.
It's a little bent.
Oh, I can straighten it out with this rock. Oh, you better get some water for the coffee.
Well, what's that? What? Who's hammering like... Oh, it's that dame over there. I can't take a nap without some dame blasting his head off. Hey, you cut the noise. Listen, lady, what the idea makes you... Who's hammering like... Oh, it's that dame over there. I can't take a nap without some dame blasting his head off. Hey, you cut the noise. Listen, lady, what the idea makes you... Excuse me, I got the wrong lady.
Chester Riley, what are you doing here? I thought you had to work today.
Well, you see, I just said so.
You lied to me. You don't love me anymore.
Yes, I do, honest. Don't cry.
Get away from me. How could you be so mean? Leaving me at home and going to a picnic all by yourself.
Oh, no, I didn't come by myself. I came with Lucille.
I hate you.
But Peg, you don't understand. I just let Lucille pick me up. And... But don't cry, Peggy. Come home. I can explain the...
I stay in the same house as you. If we're through, you can pack your things and get out.
Okay. If that's the way you want it, I'm through, too.
I never want to see you again.
Well, don't worry. You won't. I'm leaving for good. I'll show you. I'm going home to my mother.
We'll hear the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment.
Oh, Ken, they're singing the praises of Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube.
That's right. Prell's something to sing about for two reasons.
First, it's Prell for hair shining with radiance, because Prell can't leave a dulling soap film. Prell leaves hair soft and smooth, radiantly lovely.
Second, Prell's wonderful for unsightly dandruff. Yes, doctors' examinations prove that Prell removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes, and that regular Prell shampoos control it. And Prell rinses out fast, even in hardest water.
That Prell cube's something to sing about, too. No waste or spill, no broken bottles.
So for hair radiantly lovely, free of unsightly dandruff, join the million to ask for...
Prell shampoo leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. Prell shampoo.
Buy Prell shampoo. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Mrs. Riley is telling the story of the Riley's first marital rift to a young man who's having the same problem.
And so that's how Riley and I happened to split up.
And Mr. Riley went home to his mother?
Yes, and I stayed alone in the flat. We were both pretty stubborn and pretty silly. Neither one of us would make the first move to patch things up.
Well, how did you get together again?
Well, one day I was sitting home moping when little Jenny Watkins, she was our neighbor's little girl. Well, she came rushing into the house very excited.
Mrs. Riley! Mrs. Riley! Oh, Jenny!
Well, what's the matter?
He's back. He's come back. My husband, no, your father from South America. Oh, Papa! And you should see what he brought you. A little baby monkey.
What?
A little baby monkey. He's coming up the stairs. Oh, you should see that monkey. Ken, that's the monkey.
Peggy, my child.
Oh, Papa, I'm so glad you're back.
It's good to be back. Let me look at you. You don't look well, Peggy. Those shadows under your eyes.
Oh, well, I'm all right. Papa, why didn't you write when you were coming?
I wanted to surprise you. Look what I brought you. I remember when you were a little girl, you always wanted a monkey.
Oh, he's cute, Papa.
Can I play with him, Mrs. Riley?
Well, later, Jenny. You run along now, honey.
Okay, Mrs. Riley.
Look, Peggy, look, the monkey's going through your purse. By the way, where's that big baboon you've got?
Baboon?
Your husband.
Chester. Well, we're not living together anymore.
What?
Yes, he left a few months ago.
Deserted you, huh? I knew he was that kind. I told you so. Well, you're better off, child.
But he didn't desert me. Anyway, I'd rather not talk about it, Papa.
Peggy, don't tell me you're still in love with that oaf.
Me? In love with him? Why, I should say not. I'm through with him. For good.
Well, now you're showing some sense.
Oh, what's the matter with the monkey? Look how he's holding his stomach.
Oh, he's just a little off his feed. The sea voyage. You better have a veterinarian look him over.
Oh, I will. Maybe I better take him out in the backyard and give him a little fresh air.
Good idea.
Come on, out we go.
Poor little girl. When I think of what that big lummox. Come in.
Excuse me, it's Peggy. Mr. Barker, you're back. Welcome home, Pop.
Get out of this house, Riley.
But, Pop.
Don't pop me or I'll pop you. You've got your nerve showing up here. Haven't you made my little girl suffer enough?
I know. I shouldn't have stayed away so long. That's why I came to ask you to take me back.
It's too late. She's through with you for good. She told me so.
She couldn't have said that. Not Peg. When we got married, she said we're like Romeo and Juliet. Please, go tell Peg her Juliet has come back to her.
She doesn't want to have anything to do with you. My lawyer will get in touch with you. There'll be the usual settlement, of course.
Settlement?
Yes, the alimony.
Alimony? Well, you've got your nerve. You expect me to... I ain't taking no alimony. I got my pride. Oh, what a mess. Without Peg, my life is finished. I might as well say goodbye to this world.
Oh, there, Riley. Can I drop you anywhere? Who's that? It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. For you.
Well, I feel terrible, Digger. My spirits is very low.
Spirits? That's odd. I've just come from a spiritualist seance. We all sat around the table. The medium placed a box on the table. Then the box rose into the air and moved out of the room by itself.
Well, how did they do that?
I wish I knew. If I were able to do that, I could lay off 6 men. Why so perturbed, right?
Well, me and my wife, we had a misunderstanding.
Oh, what a pity. Misunderstandings are the gophers in the garden of love. And like gophers, they dig the ground from under your feet. But here I am talking shop. Riley, patch up this rift with your dear spouse.
Well, it's too late. Besides, I got my pride.
Nonsense. Plead for forgiveness. Come, I'll drive you there in my vehicle.
No, I'll die first.
In this case, that won't be necessary. Slide in.
It's no use. I'm going to see a lawyer about a divorce.
I'm afraid you haven't got an airtight case.
And I know an airtight case when I see one. But Riley, I implore you, don't give up the ship of matrimony. Pour connubial kerosene on the flame of your love. Go home.
Okay, I'll give her one more chance.
Now you're talking, Zen. And I'm so proud. You're the third person I've straightened out today.
Well, thanks, Digger.
But you're the only one who said thanks. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Mrs. Riley. Oh, hello, Jenny. Oh, dear, I'm busy now, dear. The doctor's here to examine the little monkey. I know. Is he all right? Oh, yes, he'll be fine, but he needs a special diet. Oh, sure, he's still a little baby. Well, run along now, will you, honey? Bye, Mrs. Riley. Goodbye, dear. Oh, hello.
Oh, hello, Jenny.
You been away, Mr. Riley?
Yeah, I was, Listen, Jenny, is Mrs. Riley upstairs?
Yes, she's there. The doctor's there, too.
Doctor? What doctor? Is she sick?
Didn't you know? She had to call a doctor on account of her little baby.
Baby? What baby?
Where did you see it? It just came.
A baby! Out of my way! Oh, my poor wife, I didn't know. Why didn't she tell me? Oh, my poor little wife. Oh, excuse me.
Why don't you look out, young man?
I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry.
You knocked my bag out of my hand.
I'm sorry. Here's your bag. Bag? You must be the doctor.
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm Riley. Is everything okay?
Oh, now, don't worry. Everything is all right.
Oh, thank heaven. And how's the little...
Fine. He's the cutest little monkey I ever saw.
He? It's a he. I always wanted a he. How much did he weigh?
Oh, about 7 pounds. Fine specimen.
Oh, that's wonderful. I got to see my wife.
Just a minute, Mr. Riley.
Yeah?
You can save me a trip to the drugstore.
Oh, sure. I'll go right away.
Here, a list of supplies you'll need.
Supplies?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see. Bottles, nipples, absorbent cotton, small blanket. Oh, this is going to be fun. Evaporated milk, 5 pounds of peanuts. 4 dozen bananas?
Yes, for his diet.
Well, he must be some specimen. Doc,
yes.
This next item, there must be a mistake. A box of flea powder?
Yes, naturally, to stop him from scratching.
Scratching?
Well, after all, there's a lot of hair on his chest.
Just like me!
Oh, I wouldn't say he was just like us. Well, maybe you're right. Get those things immediately.
Yes, sir. Right away. Thanks for everything, Doc.
Thanks. Well, good night.
Good night, Doc. Oh, I'm a father. I can't believe it yet. Hey, Gillis, come here.
Riley, what are you doing here? You pack things up with Peg?
Gillis, congratulate me. I just gave birth to a son.
What?
Well, I mean, Peg did.
You're kidding.
No, honest, the doc just left.
But I didn't know. I seen her yesterday. She didn't say she was...
Well, I didn't know either. She kept it a secret. Ain't she clever?
I'll say she is. Hey, this calls for a celebration.
Well, you betcha. I'm a father. Here, have a puff off of my cigar.
What is it, a he or a she?
Well, it's a he, of course. I wouldn't have no she. Oh, he's a fine specimen.
Can I have a look at him?
Well, sure. Come on. I ain't seen him myself yet. Now, we got to be quiet, you know. Tiptoe. Peggy, sweetheart. Peggy, honey. Oh, little mother. Wait. Gillis, there's my son in that basket.
Holy smoke!
Riley, that's he. He looks just like me. Look at him tilt. Look, now he's on top of the bureau. He's talking already. He just called me Dada. Hey, for the love of God. Look at him. He's hanging from the chandelier. By his tail, yes. son is a monkey.
Oh, Riley, darling, you came back.
Oh, Peggy, sweetheart, Peggy, I thought... I didn't know.
Oh, everything will be all right now, dear. We'll never be separated again.
I know, but, Peg, didn't you have a baby?
A baby? Of course not.
Then that monkey there ain't my son? What a revolting development this is.
We'll be back in just a moment. For truly radiant hair, it's Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. This is Carl Van Nutsrat of El Paso, Texas, right?
Since using Prell, I've had so many compliments on how lovely my hair looks, I never fail to recommend it to all my friends. My motto is, try Prell once, you'll use Prell always.
Yes, one trial will prove that Prell's wonderful for two reasons. Removes unsightly dandruff quickly, leaves hair radiant. You'll sing about
Prell shampoo, leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. Prell shampoo.
Well, here's the coat. Help yourself, Henry.
Thanks.
Now, where was I? Oh, yeah, I was telling you how Peg and me split up. Well, did I go crawling back to her? No, sir.
Riley, I told Henry the story.
Oh. Everything? Even about the little...
Even about the little...
Oh, there you go again, Peg. That's the second time you made a monkey out of me.
Procter & Gamble invite you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The script is by Reuben Shipp and Alan Lipscott. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog is Lum. I believe you're right.
Now, see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Abner escaped the long arm of the law when his letter to the mail-order house containing counterfeit money was returned for insufficient postage. However, things look no brighter for Lum and Cedric. Cedric is still in jail at the county seat, while Lum, who is out on bail, is preparing to go to court tomorrow. He has been charged with operating a large counterfeiting business. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum and Abner in their Jot 'em Down store. Lum is trying to straighten up his affairs so that he can leave the store in Abner's charge. Listen.
And I reckon you may as well throw these away, too. They're just old bills, and they might confuse you. Go ahead and throw them in the stove.
Well, Lum, I hate to be going through all our old papers and stuff this way.
Abner, we got to get everything straightened up and put in order so you can carry on alone.
And don't keep saying alone. It sounds like you ain't never coming back.
Well, maybe I ain't. I don't know.
Oh, now don't feel that way. You ain't as bad off as Cedric. He's still locked up there in jail. His papa won't bail him out.
Yeah, but they might put me in the penitentiary for life instead of just for a few days. Don't forget, I'm the head of a big counterfeiting ring.
No, you ain't. Diogenes Smith is.
Yeah, but I'm the one that's accused of it.
Yeah.
And as long as nobody knows where Diogenes is at, I don't know how to prove that I ain't the head of it. And I almost wish I was guilty.
Was guilty?
Well, then I wouldn't feel so bad about getting sent to the penitentiary.
Well, now, maybe they won't send you there, Lum. You don't know what they're going to decide at your hearing tomorrow.
No, but I got a pretty good idea. About the only chance I got is that lawyer feller Squire's going to get from me. He wins the case. And I ain't heard from him yet, so I reckon that's out.
Well, Squire had to go to the county seat to see him. Maybe he ain't back yet.
Oh, he's had plenty of time to get back. He went yesterday.
Yeah, well, even if you don't get the lawyer, I still think you got a chance, Lum.
No, I ain't, Abner. I know I ain't, because I found out something else.
Something else?
Yeah, you know them fellers in other towns I was delivering packages of pamphlets to?
Yeah.
Well, they caught one of them fellers, and they taken some fingerprints off of the package. And natural, they turned out to be mine.
Well, they can't do nothing to you for just delivering pamphlets on the right living, can they?
Them weren't pamphlets in them packages.
Huh?
Dodge and he said they was. All that time I was delivering counterfeit money and never knowed it.
Oh, my goodness.
Not only that, they showed a picture of me to this fella they caught, and he identified me as the leader of the counterfeiting outfit.
Why, that snake in the weeds.
So, you can see I'm a goner, Abner. They've done framed me, that's what they did.
Framed you?
Yeah, they done a good job of it, too.
Well, I'm glad they at least done that. Is that for the post office?
The post office?
Yeah. Ain't that where they're going to put it?
Put what?
What, that picture of you they framed.
I never said nothing about no picture.
Why, you did, done it. You said they had a picture of you that they showed to that feller they caught, and then you said they framed it. So I just allowed they's going to hang it up in the post office.
Oh, for goodness sake.
I know that's where they hang pictures of other criminals. I saw them. Don't you recollect that relay to Snake Hogan that was mixed up in a bank robbery once?
Yeah, but...
Well, that's where they hung his picture, right there in the post office. Fact is, they had two pictures of him, a front view and a side view. Awful good likeness of him.
I know, I saw them pictures, but I never...
Oh, Snake was awful proud about that. I recollect he used to stand there in the post office for hours at a time, admiring them pictures of his relay. He never could decide which one of them he liked the best.
Well, I don't care whether...
One day he liked the front view best, and then the next day he'd turn right around and pick the side view.
Listen, Abner,
awful changeable fella, that Snake. And when they finally caught his relay, why, they had to take his picture down, and Snake asked him for it. And then took him home and hung him up there in his room. His little boy used to look at him and call him Uncle 7809, too. And you know what, Lum?
What?
He still can't decide which one of them views he likes the best.
Well, that's too bad, ain't it? I'm awful sorry to hear that.
Oh, yeah.
That's a terrible problem he's got there.
Oh, my, yes, worries him. I hope they only put up one picture of you in the post office. I don't want to have that same trouble.
Abner, they ain't going to hang no pictures of me in the post office. They've done catch me.
Well, where are they going to hang them then?
Well, when I said I was getting framed, I meant that this was a case of being railroaded.
Railroaded?
Yeah.
You mean they're going to hang your picture in all the trains?
Oh, my goodness, I know I oughtn't have said that. Of course not.
Oh, sure, in streetcars.
Streetcars?
Yeah, don't you recollect that time me and you was in Kansas City and rode on that streetcar? They had pictures up all along the top of the car. Recollect we got so interested in reading what was wrote on them that we went clean past where we were supposed to get off. Recollect?
Yeah, but them wasn't photographs of criminals. Them was advertising pictures.
Oh,
soap
yeah.
and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's right. I recollect now. Well, I wouldn't think they'd want your picture for an advertisement, Lum. Feller that's going to the nothing.
Go ahead and say it, a feller that's going to the penitentiary.
Well, I never meant that exactly, Lum.
It's the truth, though. May as well face it. If the shoe fits, put it on.
Yeah, but Lum,
I say, if the shoe fits, put it on.
Now, listen, Lum. I don't want your shoes. Now, you'll need them in the penitentiary. And they won't fit me no ways, Lum. I might not get both feet in one. No, you take them shoes with you, Lum. You don't want to go barefooted just because you're in the penitentiary.
I ain't talking about giving you my shoes. I just said if the shoe fits, put it on.
Oh, shoes. Is that what you're advertising, shoes?
Oh, for goodness sake.
What kind of shoes? Them heavy work shoes?
Granny, this is going too far, Abner.
Huh?
Here, I got one day left to be a free man, and I have to spend it arguing with you.
Well, Lum, I weren't arguing. You just said they was going to use your picture in the streetcars for advertising.
That's our ring, thank goodness. You answer it and give me a few minutes of rest and quiet here.
Well, sure. You just sit down. Now, take it easy, Lum. I know you're tired.
I hope it's Mr. Adams saying they're going to take me to the penitentiary right now and not have no trial. Anything would be better than this.
Hello. Jot 'em down, store and library. Abner Peabody doing the talking. Wonderful world.
And don't say wonderful world no more.
Cross out that wonderful world. Who? Oh, hello, Squaw. Never knowed you. Yeah, he's here. Oh, you do, huh? Yeah, well, just a minute, then. Just a minute. It's for you, Lum.
Granny, maybe you got that lawyer after all. Give me that phone quick.
Yeah, here.
Hello, Squire. This is Lum.
I don't need his shoes to wear around.
You did?
They might fit Elizabeth. They'd be big for me.
Well, good. Huh?
She can wear them there in the field.
Oh.
They can half sew them.
Yeah.
I can get her to half sew them. She's at it, too.
I see. Well, all right, Squire. Oh, no, I ain't blaming you none. Yeah, I know. Well, much obliged anyway, Squire. Goodbye.
What'd he say, Lum?
Well, that's the end, Abner. Now, I know there ain't no hope at all.
Well, what'd he say?
He talked to the lawyer.
Yeah.
He won't even take the case.
Oh, he won't, huh?
That shows you right there how much of a chance they got. The lawyer won't even try to defend me. Here I am, an innocent man, getting convicted of a crime I never done.
Well, now, Lum, you ain't convicted of nothing yet. Maybe the hearing tomorrow will turn out different than you think.
Yeah, it's no use trying to cheer me up, Abner. It's nice of you, but I'm a goner. I know that.
Paddle.
You write to me once in a while, won't you?
Why, sure, I'll write you, yeah.
I think the warden will let me receive a few letters.
Oh, sure, the man Bay tries to his boy all the time there.
You can tell me all that's happening at the store here and all. And here, Abner, I want you to have this.
Oh, now, Lum, I don't want to take your elk's tooth.
Go ahead and take it. Keep it as a sort of a token of our long-standing partnerships here in the store. And here, take this watch chain over to Dick Huddleston. He always admired it so much.
Lum, now, I don't want to be taking all your things.
Well, I won't need them no more. Fact is, I wish you'd take that chain over to Dick right now so you can give him my forwarding address.
Forwarding address?
Yeah. Tell him if any mail comes to the post office for me, just send it on to the, you know where.
Yeah, penitentiary.
Would you do that for me?
Why, sure will. I'll do it right now. While I'm over, I'll look and see if they got them up yet, too.
Got them up yet? Got what up?
Why, them pictures of you they framed.
Oh, for goodness sake.
I might now. Sure, that's where they'll hang them instead of a streetcar line. I'll look around for them.
Yeah, you look around, and if you see them, let me know, and I'll come over and autograph them for you.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll let you know right away.
Yeah, do that.
And I'll be back quick as I can. Wonderful world.
Yeah. Ain't it, though?
Hey, Mr. Lum. Mr. Lum.
Huh? Who said that?
It's me, Mr. Lum, Cedric.
Why, Cedric, how'd you get in here?
I sneaked in through the window.
Well, for goodness sakes, ain't you supposed to be in jail at the county seat? Your papa ain't bailed you out yet, has he?
No, Mom, I broke out of jail. Or that is, I just walked out when nobody wasn't looking.
My granny, Cedric, you can't do that. You better get right back to jail. This is against the law. They can put you in jail for this.
Well, wait, I got something to tell you, Mr. Lum.
Something to tell me?
Yes, Mom, I better whisper it to you, though I don't want nobody to hear it. Listen.
No.
Yes, Mom.
Hi, Granny Cedric, that's a great idea. A great idea.
And you know what that music says?
Yes, sir, Amos. That music say, good health to all from Rexall.
The Amos and Andy Show, transcribed, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosher, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Roy Glenn, Will Wright, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I am Freeman Gosden. Right after the first act of our show this evening, I would like to talk to you about something very important. I hope you'll be listening. The Sunday meal in every American home is traditional. Perhaps the wife invites her mother over for dinner. They both help in preparing the meal. And then after dinner, it's customary for the men folks to compliment the women on the fine feast. And today, after Sunday dinner at the Stevenses, it's only natural that the Kingfish had his say about the meal.
Well, girls, there's only one thing that I can say after a meal like that. Where is the bicarbonate of soda?
Son-in-law, you mean you don't like the meal?
Yes, George, that was a wonderful New England boiled dinner.
Oh, so that's what it was. Yeah, well, I'm glad you identified it there. New England boiled dinner. Listen, if the Pilgrims ever ate that stuff before they went out to fight the Indians, instead of Ike, we'd have Chief Sitting Bull in the White House right now. I tell you, that dinner has done ruined my stomach.
It's funny, but if I didn't pay for the food I ate, I'd keep my big fat mouth shut.
Now, listen, Wendy. Ain't nothing in the world could keep your big fat mouth shut, I tell you that.
George, don't you dare talk that way to my mother. She's always been sweet and charitable.
Yeah, she has it that. She give you away at the wedding. And believe me, that's one hunk of charity I could have done without.
What are you talking about, you weasel? When you married my daughter, you got the rose from the garden. You got the apple from the tree. And the sparrow from the nest.
Yeah, and if I had it to do all over again, I'd marry a human being. That's what
Mama, did you hear what he said?
Let me at him, daughter. I'll crack his eyes out.
Now, wait a minute, here. Help, let me go here. Help, look out the window.
So, Sapphire and your mama really driv you out of the house this afternoon, huh, Kingfish?
Yes, Andy. It's nice of you to walk with me here in the park. Yeah, all is quiet. All is peaceful and all is serene.
Well, it might be that way now, Kingfish, but I'll tell you, this joint is really jumping after the sun goes down.
Yeah, well, never mind that, Andy. Say, look at them pigeons there.
Yeah. They is sure a funny-looking bird, ain't they?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me something, Kingfish. Why do some birds sleep stand on one foot?
Oh, you fool. If they picked up both of them, they'd fall down. Look at them, Andy. Look at them. Oh, I tell you one thing. Them pigeons is a lot better off than we is.
Help! Help!
Holy mackerel. What was that?
Look at that, Andy. That man that was on the lake there done fell out the rowboat. Come on, Andy. Come on.
Help! I'm drowning!
Holy smokes, Andy. He's trying to hold on to the boat. He's going down. Come on, quick. Jump in and save him, Andy.
You jump in and save him. You're a better swimmer.
Yeah, but I got on my new suit, Andy. You jump in, will you?
You know I can't stand cold water.
Well, I can't either, Andy.
Yeah, well, maybe we better forget the whole thing.
Help! Help!
Now, look, Andy. I ain't going to stand here and see that man drown. If you ain't going to do nothing, I is. Here goes.
Kingfish, you done pushed me in the water.
That's it, Andy. Swim over toward the man. That's it. Keep on going, boy. You got him there. Keep going. Now, just take it easy there, Andy. That's right. Keep your feet soaking in that hot water there. Yeah, do you a lot of good. Got Epstein sauce in the stuff there.
Oh, me, Kingfish. I still got the chills from that cold water yesterday. I was doing everything to keep warm.
Yeah, then I noticed you got 2 suits of long underwear on there.
Yeah, well, I put them on last night. But I'm going to take one of them off.
What's the trouble?
Well, every time I stand up, I feel like somebody is following me.
Well, I brung the afternoon paper over here for you.
Oh, that's good. What's new in the thing?
Well, let me see here. Nothing much. Here's the item here. Daring Lake Rescue. Millionaire saved from watery grave. Late yesterday, Chauncey Penbrook, a eccentric millionaire, was pulled from Central Park Lake by an unidentified hero.
Well, now, there's a funny thing, Kingfish. I pulled the old fella out of Central Park Lake yesterday. Them old geezers must like that kind of thing when he gets in that second childhood.
Then I say here, the rescuer was described as being a brutish-looking individual with a protruding waistline and a submoronic expression. Say, Andy, what a break this is.
Break?
Yeah, don't you realize the sub-moron they're talking about here is you?
Yeah, with a flattering description like that, it couldn't be nobody else. Let me see that paper.
Oh, Andy, what a break. You realize that you has done saved a millionaire's life? Think of the reward we can get from this Mr. Pembroke. Yeah, we're liable to get enough to put us on easy street for the rest of our lives.
Sure enough?
Oh, certainly, Andy. And he gonna be grateful, too. That's the most important thing. And the thing to do is to take advantage of his gratitude for all he's got.
Yeah, that's right. Let's get up to his place and see him. Hey, but wait a minute, Kingfish. It say here in the newspaper story that witnesses reports they seen one of the rescuers going through the unfortunate victim's pockets. Say, Kingfish, when I went home to change my clothes, you didn't swipe nothing off that old man, did you?
Oh, of course not, Andy. I was just giving him artificial perspiration around the billfold there. That's all.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I am Freeman Gosden. For the past several years, we have actually spent a good deal of time in the laboratories of the Rexall Drug Company. And I wanted to tell you tonight about the high standard of products that bear the name Rexall. I guess we know practically all the folks at Rexall, the president, yes, and the doctors and scientists who work in the laboratories. These men have dedicated their lives to the achievement of perfection in Rexall drug products, whether it be aspirin, home antiseptics, vitamins, or any of the other 2,000 products that carry the famous Rexall label. These are the products that, for more than 50 years, have helped to guard the health of America. These famous Rexall drug products are sold by more than 10,000 independent Rexall druggists throughout the nation. Now, just a word about your Rexall druggist. He is not a man who is sent to your town for 6 months or a year and then replaced by another man. In every instance, your Rexall druggist owns his own store. The chances are he was born in your hometown, goes to your church, he belongs to your clubs, and he has probably known your doctor for many years. And what is more, he is a trained and experienced pharmacist. He regards your prescription as a public trust, and he fills it with painstaking accuracy. And that is why we often say you can rely on any drug product that bears the name Rexall, and you can put your faith in the integrity of your Rexall druggist. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the truth. In all of our years, I do not think my partner, Charles Carell, or myself have said this much. But we feel it in our hearts, and we wanted you to know it.
Say, how'd I look, Amos? I done put on my new suit to go over and see Mr. Pembroke.
Yeah, well, you're going up and see the old gentleman that you pulled out of the lake, huh?
Yeah, me and the Kingfish is going up there right after lunch.
Oh, the Kingfish going with you. You ain't going to try to shake the old gentleman down, is you?
Shake him down? Ha, ha, ha. Like a double malted. You know something? The Kingfish sunk up a wonderful gimmick.
A gimmick, huh?
Yeah, while we're talking to the old duffer, we're going to drop in the conversation about how much valuable stuff we lost, rescuing him, my expensive suit, and the gold watch out of my pocket and all that stuff.
Well, I'd be careful, Andy. He probably going to give you a reward, but you don't want to kill the goose that laid the golden egg.
No, Amos. We ain't going to kill the goose. We're just planning on speeding up egg production. Kingfish, this is the swankiest hotel I done ever been in.
Yeah, well, here we is. This must be a suite 1215. Yeah, this old man Pembroke's suite, all right. Let me knock on the door here now. Now, remember the gimmick, Andy. We brings up in sort of a roundabout way all the valuables we done lost, rescuing him and all that.
Yeah, I know.
Mr. Pembroke?
Yes, what is it?
Miss Pembroke, I is George Stevens, and this here is Modest Hero Brown. Miss Brown, I'd like to have you meet the man who, if you hadn't pulled him out of the icy water, would now be stretched out dead as a mackerel.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Mackerel. Mr. Pembroke.
Oh, yes. Come in. I recognize you now. Come in. Yeah. Won't you sit down?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll sit here, and you can sit over there, brave, unselfish hero.
Now, if you care to smoke, Mr. Brown, there's an ashtray there at your elbow.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Yeah, I'll take this big butt laying here on the edge right now.
It's a wonderful thing you did, Mr. Brown. Wonderful thing. I'll always feel indebted to you for the rest of my life. Plunging into the water like that.
Oh, think nothing of it, Miss Pembroke. It ain't nothing that any other man wearing a $250 suit and $75 shoes wouldn't have done, you know.
That's right. So what if a swan done it at my $80 Stetson hat?
Well, I still think it was the most wonderful thing to do.
No, not at all. We just come up here to see how you was feeling, that's all. We got to be running. By the way, Miss Brown, what time is it? What time is it?
Ain't got no idea, Mrs. Stevens. Don't you remember? I done lost my watch in the water when I jumped in the water to save Mr. Pembroke here.
Oh, now, Mr. Brown. I don't think it's very nice to bring up the fact that while you was rescuing Mr. Pembroke, you done lost your 46-jewel platinum wristwatch with the wine stem on it there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I shouldn't have brung up that watch with the diamond numbers on the face and the solid gold Mickey Mouse in the center.
Yeah, we wouldn't think of mentioning nothing like that, no.
Why, I never met two men who took such an unselfish attitude.
Oh, yes, sir. That's our nature.
Well, I just want to thank you so much for all you've done. Shake each of you with a hand and extend you my heartfelt gratitude and say good day and goodbye.
Well, thank you very much, Miss Pembroke. We appreciate that. So long.
Yeah, so long, Mr. Pembroke.
Good day.
Good day. Andy, wasn't that something, boy? Our gimmick really worked, didn't it?
I'll say. We pulled the wool over that old fellow's eyes. Say, tell me, Kingfish, in the middle of all that gratitude and the handshaking and the backslapping, how much reward did he slip you?
No, Andy, in the middle of the handshaking and the backslapping, he done slipped you the reward.
Kingfish, in the middle of anything, there ain't nobody done slip me nothing.
Holy mackerel, Andy, we done out-gimmicked ourselves here.
Yeah, that crooked old rascal done pulled a fast one on us.
Yeah, let me knock on this door here again. I ain't gonna stand for nothing like this. I just ain't gonna do it.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Stevens, what can I do for you?
Miss Pembroke, we feel that we done insulted you.
Insulted me? Why, how did you do that?
Well, we insulted you by thinking that you would be so ungrateful as not give us a reward.
Well, I had planned on offering you a reward, but from all the valuables you lost and your attitude, it's obvious you were men of considerable wealth. Oh, I'm afraid it'd be rather difficult for me to stoop to offering you money.
Well, that's all right. We can wait till you limbers up.
Yeah, if it'll make you feel any better, we'll even crouch right down there with you, yeah?
Well, I know that you're just trying to make me feel good here, but even if you are wealthy, I still think I should pay you a token reward.
Token reward?
Yes. What did you say to $1,000?
Mister, your token is token.
Well, that's fine. Now, I'll make out the check and mail it to you in the next few days.
You ain't gonna give it to us now, huh?
Well, I know that men of your means are in no hurry.
No, that's all right. I guess we ain't. Yeah, we'll get in touch with you in the next couple of days. Come on, Andy. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye. Good day.
Well, we're going to have to wait a few days for the reward, Andy. You think you're on the level, don't you?
Well, I don't know, Kingfish, but the next time I see a fella drowning, I'm going to dive down with a blank check and one of them pens that writes underwater.
Well, me and Andy done pretty good up there with old Mr. Pembroke yesterday. I hope he comes through, because I need, hello, George Kingfish Stevens speaking.
This is Mr. Pembroke. I have that check all made out.
Oh, wonderful, yes, sir.
Yes, the reason I called, that is Andrew H. Brown.
Yes, sir, Andrew, you done made out the check to Mr. Brown?
Why, of course. He's the one that pulled me out of the lake. Would you tell him to drop by and pick it up?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'll tell him. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So the check is an Andy's name. Well, why shouldn't it be? And as the one that pulled him out of the water, it's only fair that he should get the reward. It's only right that he should get what's coming. Say, wait a minute. I better cut out this kind of thinking. I'll have to talk myself out of jipping him out of that money.
Now, here is your Rexall family druggist.
This evening you heard Freeman Gusden speak to you about Rexall drug products. He mentioned aspirin, a home antiseptic, and vitamins. When he said aspirin, he meant Rexall aspirin, of course. There's no faster-acting aspirin made than Rexall aspirin. And in Rexall's famous antiseptic MI31, homemakers have an all-purpose antiseptic that serves with equal effectiveness as a mouthwash, gargle, breath deodorant, and first aid dressing. And when he speaks of vitamins, Freeman is, of course, referring to Plenamins, the multivitamins that give you more than your minimum daily requirement of every vitamin with established minimums. Plus valuable liver concentrate, iron, and red vitamin B12. In short, Freeman Gusden wants you to know, just as 10,000 independent family druggists know, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Well, let me get on in here and see my friend Calhoun. You ought to be able to help me. Calhoun, I want to talk to you, boy.
Oh, Kingfish, how is you, boy? I was just going to call you up on the telephone. You know anyone that wants to buy a parrot cage? Hey, but my pet parrot done passed on.
You mean that parrot that you bought about 6 months ago? Yeah. The one you was always fussing over? Yeah. And bought all the special food and vitamins for?
Yeah, that's the one, Kingfish. He died last Sunday.
Sunday, huh? Yeah. What did he die of?
A 340-degree oven.
Now, look here. Never mind your parrot, Calhoun. I come over here because I has got a situation that I want you to examine.
Well, sit it out there, and I'll do the best I can.
Well, now, look here. You know that Andy saved a millionaire from drowning the other day.
Yeah.
And now he's giving Andy a $1,000 reward.
Oh, I see. Just how is you planning on spending the money?
Well, now, that's the trouble. You see, the man is paying the reward by check, and the check is done made out to Andy Brown.
Well, if the check is made out to Andy, the only one to get that money is Andy or his heirs.
Yeah, well, Andy ain't got no heirs, and anyway, Andy ain't, wait a minute, Calhoun, shake hands with the sole heir of the late decreased Andrew H. Brown.
Now, wait a minute, Kingfish. Now, wait a minute. Hold on here. You ain't thinking about fatalizing Andy, is you?
No, but suppose Mr. Pembroke sunk, something done happened to Andy, and I was his only heir.
Well, he'd probably give you the money then.
Yeah, well, that's just what I gonna do. I gonna work it out. You watch what I tell you. That's what I gonna do.
Yeah, well, Kingfish, I gotta get on over home now. I'm going over to the Metropolitan tonight. Yeah, they're doing my favorite opera, William Tell.
Oh, William Tell. Yeah, that's a real good one, ain't it?
Yeah, sure. And the part I love about this beautiful opera comes down toward the end, where the cruel tyrant tells William Tell to shoot the apple off the head of his little boy. And he do it without even quivering a muscle.
Yeah, that's something.
Yeah, it is. And then the tyrant turned to William and said, "Bravo! I ain't never seen nobody that cool under pressure. That is the coolest thing I done ever seen." And then William Tell throws back his head and sings that beautiful aria. "Na heeden blauten, ein bluten scooten in that bluten black."
Tell me this, what do that mean?
Man, doing that ain't cool. It's real crazy.
Well, here's Mr. Pembroke's room. Yeah, I hope this works about Andy kicking the bucket.
Oh, Mr. Stevens, come in.
Thank you, sir, yes.
Why, didn't you bring Mr. Brown with you?
Well, I would have, Mr. Pembroke, but I didn't want to pay the pallbearers overtime.
I beg your pardon. What was that?
I'm sorry, but I got some sad news for you, Mr. Pembroke.
You mean something serious has happened to Mr. Brown?
Well, yes, sir, in a way. The last time I see the boy, he had a lily in his hand, and there was lowering the top on his knotty pine convertible.
Heavens, this is shocking. What happened to him?
Well, the boy has done contracted pneumonia from saving you in the icy waters, you see.
Well, he looked all right when he was up here the other day.
Yeah, well, you see, his lungs give out on him 3 days ago, but we was given a large hall dinner, and he didn't want to spoil things for his friends, and the brave lad that he was, he just sat there through 6 courses, breathing through his gallbladder.
Well, I wish I'd been informed. I would have paid my respects.
Well, you see, what carried him away was his high temperature, 116. So the Board of Health insisted that we hurry up the festivities. That's what they said.
A temperature of 116?
Oh, it was terrible. Matter of fact, they had to keep wetting him down with a fire hose during the services.
Why, this is terrible. And just when I was going to pay him the reward. My. Do you know if Mr. Brown had any heirs?
Heirs? Well, now, that is a coincidence that you mentioned there. It just so happens that I have Mr. Brown's last will and testament in my pocket right here. That will overcome with sorrow like I is, you see. I ain't had time to read it yet.
No, of course not.
No.
Well, I'm certainly interested to know who his heirs are.
Yeah, well, so is I. Well, we'll tell you what. Let me read the thing right here. I might as well open it up as sad as I is. Yeah, start off here and see, to whom it may concern. Special anyone thinking of paying me any rewards. See here, I, Andy Brown, being of sound mind and dying of a temperature of 116... say here, hereby appoints my great and good friend, George Kingsley Stevens, my sole heir and beneficiary. How you like that? I is the boy's heir.
Yes, that is funny, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Now go on to say here, I hopes and trust that as I lay his dying here in the presence of 34 witnesses, that everything that was coming to me will now go to him. Signed the late Andrew Hogg Brown. Say a P.S. Please pay him in cash so I won't have to report nothing to the Bureau of Internal Revenue. That certainly was sweet, Andy, to think of me, wasn't it?
Yes. Well, this sounds a mite confusing to me, but I don't think you'd have any call for lying.
Oh, no, sir. Not at a time like this. Oh, no.
No, of course not. Well, then, if this is the way Mr. Brown wanted it, I'll just make out another check payable to you.
Miss Pembroke, I knows what you're doing here is going to make Mr. Brown very happy. And I is confident right now that he's sitting up there on a cloud with his harp playing, Don't Let Him Take It Away. I can hear him right now. Well, I got the check. Now all I got to do is break the news to that dummy Andy that he ain't going to get a cent of...
Hey, Kingfish, I want to talk to you. What is this I hear about you going up to see Mr. Pembroke this afternoon?
Yes, Andy, I went up to see him, and I got the reward check right here. Made out to me, George Stevens.
Well, now, wait a minute here. Why is it made out to you?
Because I'm smarter than you is, Andy. And I'll tell you another thing. You ain't going to get one red nickel of this, because I done made up my mind. Wait a minute, hello, George Kingsley Stevens speaking.
Mr. Stevens, I understand you've had some business dealings with a Mr. Chauncey Pembroke. Do you know where he is now?
Who is this I'm speaking up with you? Who this?
This is the Fairview Sanitarium. Mr. Pembroke is one of our patients. I'm afraid he got away again, rented a hotel room, and is up to his old tricks.
What old tricks is that?
Handing out worthless checks. If you should run across him again, please call us here at the Fairview Sanitarium. we'll have a couple of the boys come over and pick him up with the wagon.
Yeah, I'll do that. Goodbye.
Now, Kingfish, what was you explaining to me about that reward money being in your name again?
Oh, well, Andy, I was just about to explain to you, see, that it's in my name, but I was just about to endorse it over to you.
Oh, you're going to endorse it over to me?
Yeah, and all I'm asking you for is a measly $50 in cash for all the work I done helping you along and all that stuff.
Well, that sounds fair enough. I got $50 here in my wallet.
Oh, yes, all right. I'll start endorsing the check right here.
There you is, right there.
All right. Yeah. And there you is, Andy. And here's the check all endorsed. All endorsed $1,000.
Yeah, thank you.
And now our little deal is closed. And I got a little news for you, Andy. Yeah, that call was from the Fairview Sanitarium.
Well, what about it?
Mr. Pembroke is the patient there. His check ain't no good.
Now, wait a minute here, Kingfish.
Yes, Andy, just as soon as I found that out, I thought of giving you the worthless check and getting the $50 cash. I organized the idea just a few seconds ago.
Yeah, well, I got some news for you, Kingfish. As soon as I hear that you went to see Mr. Pembroke, I got suspicious. That was a friend of mine on the telephone, and I organized the Fairview Sanitarium this afternoon. Friends, I'm Charles Correll. My partner, Freeman Gosden, spoke to you about Rexall earlier in the show. I just want you to know that I feel the same way he does about Rexall products and your friendly Rexall druggist. Good night, and see you next Sunday.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is National Boy Scout Week. Let's all help to build a happier and stronger America by supporting the Boy Scout movement in our own communities. Be sure to be with us at this same time next Sunday when your Rexall druggist will again present the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Howell. Stay tuned for the Edgar Bergen Charlie McCarthy program, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
By transcription.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Toby Reed, Mary Lee Robb, Dick Crenna, Ernie Whitman, Harry Lubin and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. The coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand at any price. Yes, Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
As we look in at the Burns home today, George is out working in the front yard. Gracie is in the kitchen talking with her teenage neighbor, Emily Vanderlip.
I'm sorry to hear you've quarreled with your boyfriend, Emily. What caused it?
I caught Harold looking at another girl.
Oh.
Did your husband do things like that when you were dating him?
Oh, no. George never looked at another woman. When a pretty girl passed him on the street, he even closed one eye.
Well, Harold is much weaker.
You two are pretty serious about each other, aren't you?
Oh, yes. Harold asked me to change my name to his.
Oh, I wouldn't do that. Harold's no name for a girl.
I meant he asked me to marry him. And I want to. So when I see him, I'll beg him to make up with me.
You will?
Yes, I'll crawl to him on my knees and ask him to forgive me.
Now, wait a minute, Emily. When you and Harold get married, you want it to be a success, don't you?
Of course I do.
Well, then you've got to teach him right now that the woman is the boss. That's the only way you can have a happy marriage.
But I thought this was a man's world.
It is a man's world. But you don't want your marriage in the same mess the world is in, do you?
No, I guess I don't. Are you the boss in your house?
Well, certainly. That's why George and I are so happily married. I taught him on our wedding day that the wife gives the orders and the husband obeys them.
Well, how did you do it?
Well, now here's how it happened. We were on a train bound for Niagara Falls to spend our honeymoon. We were cuddling in our compartment, and
Wow. Nobody can kiss like you can, you little bundle of dynamite.
Oh, thank you, Boopsy boy.
Come in.
Excuse me, honeymooners, but dinner's now being served in the diner.
Okay, Porter.
My, what a beautiful bride.
Oh, thank you.
You're a lucky man, Mr. Burns. She's put it in Greta Garbo.
Oh, I'm not really prettier than Garbo. I just look prettier.
I'll reserve a table for you folks.
Thanks, Porter. Here's a tip.
5 cents. Thank you, sir.
I'll be ready in a second, honey. I'll just shave and dab on some witch hazel.
Oh, no, don't use witch hazel, George. Use that cologne Mother gave you.
I'd rather use witch hazel.
But, sweetheart, the cologne will remind you of my mother.
I'll use witch hazel.
George, you use that cologne or I'll get off this train and never see you again.
No, Gracie. Please. I couldn't stand it.
Well, what about Mother's cologne?
I'll use it. I'll splash it all over me. I'll bathe in it. Just promise that you won't leave me.
Mm-hmm. Has this taught you who's the boss?
Oh, yes, yes. Forgive me this time, and I'll be your slave for life.
All right. Now, you've learned your lesson. Get up off your knees.
Thank you. You're good, Gracie. Good.
Gee, Mrs. Burns, you sure did teach him who was boss, all right. And right on your wedding day, too.
Well, that's the time to start training a husband, Emily. When he says I do, let that be his last decision. Just remember the motto of a successful marriage is ladies first. First in war, first in peace, and first in the bathroom in the morning.
Well, tell me some more about how to train Harold.
All right. Now, always remember that women command and men obey.
Meantime, George's work in the front yard is interrupted by a visit from Harold.
Mr. Burns, I've been to Emily's house, but I can't find Emily. I've looked everywhere for Emily. I've got to find Emily. Have you seen Emily?
Who are you looking for, kid?
Oh, didn't I mention it? Emily.
Oh, Emily, yes.
We had a quarrel this morning, and I want to find her and beg her to make up with me.
You do?
Yes. I'll crawl to her on my knees and ask her to forgive me.
No, wait a minute. You and Emily plan to get married, don't you?
Of course.
Well, then you'd better teach her right now that the man is the boss. That's the only way a marriage can be a success.
Really?
Sure. That's why Mrs. Burns and I have been so happy. I taught Gracie on our wedding day that the husband gives the orders and the wife obeys them.
How did you do it?
Well, here's how it happened. We were on a train bound for Niagara Falls to spend our honeymoon. We were cuddling in our compartment, and Gracie said...
Wow, nobody can kiss like you, you little bundle of dynamite.
Thank you, Boopsy girl. Come in.
Excuse me, honeymooners, but dinner's now being served in the diner.
Okay, Porter.
My, what a handsome groom.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, you're a lucky woman, Miss Burns. He's built like Johnny Weissmuller.
Oh, pooh to Johnny Weissmuller. My husband's got more chest below his belt than he's got altogether.
She loves me.
I'll reserve a table for you folks.
Thanks, Porter. Here's a tip.
$5. Thank you, sir.
I'll be ready in a second, honey. I'll just shave and dab on some witch hazel.
Oh, don't use witch hazel, George. Use the cologne Mother gave you.
I'd rather use witch hazel.
But, sweetheart, the cologne will remind you of my mother.
So will the witch and witch hazel.
Now, Just for that, I'll throw your witch hazel out the window.
If you do, I'll get off this train and never see you again.
Oh, no, George, please. Please, I couldn't stand it.
What about the witch hazel?
Oh, use it. Splash it all over yourself. Bathe in it. Just promise that you won't leave me.
Has this taught you who's the boss?
Oh, yes, yes. Forgive me this time, and I'll be your slave for life.
All right. You've learned your lesson. Now get up off your knees.
Oh, thank you, thank you. You're good, George, good.
Gee, Mr. Burns, you showed her who was boss right on your wedding day, didn't you?
You betcha, kid. That was 15 years ago, and I'm still wearing the pants.
That coat must be the same one, too.
I mean, I'm the boss. A man has always got to be the boss.
He has?
Sure. You see, kid, there are two sexes. The weaker sex and the stronger sex. You and I belong to the stronger sex.
We do?
Sure.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Nevertheless, it's true. So just remember what I've told you. Husbands give the orders.
You mean if you walked into the house right now and commanded your wife to do something like bake a pie, she'd do it?
Certainly.
Gee, can I see how it works?
Well, some other time, Harold. I'm pretty busy right now, and besides, I don't think Gracie's home.
Yes, she is. I saw her on the back porch emptying out the dishwater.
Are you sure it was Gracie?
Yes, sir. The dishes were still in it.
That was Gracie, all right. Okay, come around to the back, and I'll show you how to be the boss.
So, if you want to be happily married, Emily, follow my system. I've trained George to obey.
You mean if he walked in the house right now, he'd eat out of your hand?
He'd have to. I threw away the dishes.
I mean, if you ordered him to do something, like scrub the floor, would he obey?
Well, certainly.
Gee, could I see you do it?
Well, I'm pretty busy right now, Emily. And besides, I don't think George is home.
Oh, yes, he is. I saw him out front putting snail bait on the lawn.
Oh, that was George, all right. He has to use bait. The snails outrun him.
Oh, look, here he comes to the back door. Now you can show me how you command him and he obeys.
All right.
Gracie.
George.
Bake a pie.
Scrub the floor.
Huh?
Huh?
The boss has given an order.
I know. Get busy.
But I'm the boss. You're embarrassing me before Emily and Harold.
Well, they can embarrass you later. Now, scrub that floor.
I'll drink cyanide before I scrub this floor.
Drunk or sober, you'll scrub it.
I will not.
You will.
Won't.
Will.
Won't.
Gee, this looks like a stalemate.
Now, he's not stale. He's just stubborn. But I'll break him down.
Oh, no, you won't.
Will.
Won't.
Will.
Won't.
Timely medley of mighty pretty tunes. Oklahomans, take a bow. This is admission week for the Sooner State, Oklahoma, admitted to the Union November 16, 1907. And let's doff our hats to the grand songs from the Rodgers and Hammerstein musical hit of the same name. They're songs we've been humming and whistling and enjoying for years. And yet, familiar and popular as they are, do you know this great song from Oklahoma, When You Hear Only the Mellow Harmony? How about now when we add this rich counter melody? You have a better chance of recognizing it when we blend in the vigorous rhythm. Name it yet? Well, you will for sure when we blend in the final musical part, the fine, full-bodied melody. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Friends, we all enjoy America's most popular songs. But the expert musician knows how these favorite songs combine not one, but many excellent musical parts. Well, it takes the same expert skill in blending to bring you the favorite brand of coffee in all America, Maxwell House Coffee. No other coffee brings you that mellow, satisfying, good-to-the-last-drop flavor. No coffee but Maxwell House. To create it, our Maxwell House experts must combine not one, but many superb varieties of Highland-grown Latin American coffees. With traditional skill, they select Monticelli's for mellowness. For richness, they add Medellins. For vigor, they add other choice coffees. And for fine full body, they add Bucaramangas. All blended into one great coffee, which comes to you with every bit of its wonderful flavor and goodness intact. Because Maxwell House is vacuum packed, truly roaster fresh.
And because you folks on the West Coast really know and enjoy coffee at its best, Maxwell House is blended and roasted for you right here on the West Coast to satisfy your critical taste.
So why settle for anything but the very best in coffee drinking pleasure? Tomorrow, enjoy the extra flavor of America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Quite a fight about who's the boss, didn't they?
Yeah, Mr. Burns went in the den and slammed the door.
And Mrs. Burns is upstairs packing to go home with her mother.
And here we are, all alone. Do you care which one of us is boss, Emily? Me either. But we've got to get them to make up.
You're right. I'll go talk to Mrs. Burns, and you go in the den and talk to Mr. Burns.
Okay. Can I have a kiss first?
Uh-huh. Well, go on in the den, Harold.
I'll go as soon as I get my toes uncurled. So you'd better make up with her, Mr. Burns. She's going home to her mother.
That's an old gag, Harold. All wives use it. They head for the door and expect you to stop them. All you have to do is keep your nerve and they back down.
Here she comes now, and she's carrying her bag. Please make up with her.
Look, kid, I'm giving you a free lesson on how to handle a woman. Now, just watch. She'll crack.
Well, goodbye, George. I'm going home to Mother.
Goodbye, Gracie.
Now, watch, Emily. You'll stop me before I get to the door. I'm walking to the door, George. I'm almost there. I'm there.
Goodbye.
My hand is on the doorknob. I'm turning it. The door is opening.
It usually does when you turn the knob.
One hand is outside.
Would you like to try for two?
Here I go. One gorgeous, shapely leg is already through the door. You'll never see it again.
So long, leg.
One soft, white, alluring shoulder is disappearing.
See you later, shoulder.
Here goes the rest of my voluptuous, irresistible body.
Bye-bye, buddy.
Come on, Emily.
Holy smoke. She actually left.
That was very interesting, Mr. Burns. When do I get the next lesson?
Oh, quiet.
Mr. Burns, Emily called me, and she said that your wife
Look, kid, I'm not worried about my wife. I'm the boss. She'll come back.
But she's been gone for an hour.
Who cares how long she's been gone? Besides, it's only been 54 minutes and 39 seconds.
You're not worried?
Of course I'm not worried.
That's good. Would you like to bite my nails for a while? Yours are all gone.
Just a habit. Stop talking about my wife.
Just thought you might like to know she didn't go home to her mother. She's at Emily's.
She is? Well, run over and see what she's doing. Not that I care. Not the least bit worried about her.
Yes, sir. I'll go as soon as you let go of my hand.
Oh, excuse me. Hope I didn't bite your nails too close.
Look, Mrs. Burns, here comes Harold up the walk. Oh, I'll bet George sent him over here to spy on me. Well, I won't let him see how much I miss George. I'll make him think I was having a wonderful time. Let him in, Emily, and I'll pretend to be talking on the phone. You back up whatever I say. Okay, Mrs. Burns. Hello, Harold.
Hello, Emily. Hello, Mrs. Burns.
What did you say, Clark?
Who's Clark?
What did you say, Clark Gable? She's talking to Clark Gable.
Oh.
No, Clark. I can't go dancing with you tonight. No, I've already promised to go out with Cornell Wilde and Charles Boyer. Oh, and I couldn't disappoint Corny and Chuck.
She knows them very intimately.
Oh.
What's that, Clark? You going to shoot yourself? Oh, now, don't be silly. Put that gun down. Clark. He's the third one today. Oh, I'm getting such an earache. My, what a gay, mad life this is. Oh, hello, Harold. What do you want?
Well, Mr. Burns sent me over.
Mr. Burns, who's he?
Gosh, don't you remember your husband?
Oh, him. Oh, I forgot all about him because I'm having such a gay, mad time. Oh, dear, there's that gay, mad telephone again.
I didn't hear anything.
It must be one of my lovers. We have a secret ring that nobody else can hear. Hello? Why, Diamond Jim Brady, how are you? No, you can't drink champagne out of my slipper tonight. Now, I always catch cold when my feet are damp. Goodbye. So gay, so mad.
Mrs. Burns, Diamond Jim Brady is dead.
Really? Well, wasn't it sweet of him to call me just before he went?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you better be running along, Harold. I have so many gay, mad things to do. Tuck and Minnie and I are going bowling tonight in Hollywood Bowl.
Yes, she's really terribly busy.
Oh, indeed I am. Later on, I'll have a date with a very wealthy man from India. You know, an Indian prince.
Raja.
Wilco.
Well, I guess I better be getting back to Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns, who's he?
He's your husband.
Oh, him. Well, tell him I can't give up this life. It's too gay, too mad.
Yes, ma'am. Goodbye, Emily.
Goodbye, Harold.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns.
Well, Harold, did you spy on Gracie?
Yes, sir. I watched her for quite a while.
How is she?
She's miserable.
Uh-huh.
She tried to pretend that she was gay, but I, if you'll pardon the expression, could see right through her.
I told you men were the stronger sex. Women can't live without us, kid. She'll come crawling back to me just as sure as my...
Oh, there's someone at the door now.
That's Gracie. Afraid to come in without my permission. Well, I'll be generous. Come in, sweetheart.
Thank you, honey.
Bill.
Yeah. Why this sudden affection?
I took you for my wife.
Not that I remember.
I thought you were Gracie, comedian. You know what I meant. Harold, this is Bill Goodwin, Bob Hope's understudy.
Oh, yes, sir. I recognize Mr. Goodwin. When I was a Boy Scout, I wore his picture on my sleeve.
Really, kid?
Yes, sir. That showed I belonged to the Wolf Patrol. Mr. Burns, would you like me to go back and spy on Mrs. Burns some more?
Yeah, do that, Harold. I'll see you later.
Just a minute. What's all this about spying on Gracie?
Oh, we had a little argument. Neither of us would give in, so she walked out on me. She's a vandalist.
Well, why don't you go get her? Ask her to come back.
I don't want to lose face.
Not even that one?
Don't worry, she'll come back. She'll realize what a good husband I am.
Yes, George, I must say you have been true to your marriage vows.
You bet.
The preacher said, will you take this woman? And you've taken her for plenty.
Forget it, comic.
Believe me, George, you better get Gracie back home. Without her, you're at the awkward age.
Awkward age?
Oh, too young for the old actor's home and too old to put taps on your shoes again.
I felt fine until you came in. Maybe I better call her on the phone and ask her to come back.
Call her on the phone? George, haven't you got any romance? Rush over there, put your arm around her, and give her what her lips are yearning for.
You're right.
Sure, give her a cup of Maxwell House coffee. Women love the rich, delicious, mellow flavor of Maxwell House. That's why they've made it America's favorite brand of coffee. We'll give Gracie Maxwell House, and she'll come back to you.
Well, you can give her Maxwell House. I'm going to give her a kiss.
George, I'm trying to get her back. Stop fighting me. If you want to help, tell Gracie how beautiful she is. Flatter her. Tell her she's got hair like spun gold, lips like rubies, eyes like limpid brown pools of Maxwell House coffee.
Eyes like Maxwell House coffee?
You does? Well, I mighty fond of it myself. That deep-down goodness comes from a skillful blending of the finest Highland-grown Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to flavor perfection.
Leave it to me. I'll go ask her to come back.
Well, don't just ask her. Women love the caveman approach. She should be swept off her feet and carried back in a pair of strong, manly arms.
Yeah.
So you stay here, and I'll go do it. Hello, Gracie. I just left George.
We're in the same boat, so did I.
I mean, I was just talking to him over at your house. He's ready to eat crow.
Well, that's fine. I'm crying my eyes out, and he's having a feast.
No, I mean he's ready to get down on his knees.
I'm miserable, and he's going to shoot craps.
No, Gracie, George is all set to make up.
My heart's breaking, and he's powdering his face.
There must be some way to put this across. Look, Gracie, you and George had a quarrel. He's sorry. He's ready to give in.
Oh, he's ready to give in.
That's it. He wants to throw in the sponge.
Ha! I'm suffering, and he's splashing around in the tub.
Should have quit when I was ahead. Well, anyway, Gracie, George wants you back. He's been stubborn and obstinate, but now he's broken down.
He is not. He's a fine figure of a man. And don't you insult him, you false friend. I love him. I'm going back to him where I belong. And you can't talk me out of it either.
But
And I'll tell him what a traitor you are, you Benedict Canyon.
Now I know why George looks the way he does.
Oh, George, it's so wonderful to be back together again.
It sure is. I'm so happy that I want you to buy a present for yourself. Here's $20 for that new purse you want.
Oh, gee, making up a quarrel is fun, isn't it?
Yeah, but we'll never quarrel again, will we?
Never.
I was to blame. It was all my fault.
No, George, it was my fault.
No, Grace. It was my fault.
George Burns, it was my fault.
Okay, honey. It was your fault.
Oh, so I'm just a troublemaker, huh?
Gracie, you're starting another quarrel.
I know. I need gloves to go with that purse.
Okay, here's another 10.
Ah, thank you.
Glad to do it. Right now, I'm the happiest person in the world.
I know, George. I'm the happiest person in the world.
No, Gracie, I'm the Oh, no, not again.
No hat, huh?
No hat, no.
Well, I love you anyway, darling.
I'm a success again.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. And now, here are our stars.
George, this whole thing has taught us a very valuable lesson. In a happy marriage, neither person should be the boss.
That's right.
It's 50-50, give and take. When I ordered you to scrub the floor, you wouldn't do it. And when you commanded me to bake a pie, I wouldn't do it.
That's right, but when you asked me real sweetly to scrub the floor, I did it.
Well, sure, and that pie you baked was good, too.
Glad you like it.
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get Instant Maxwell House Coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler.
The preceding program was transcribed.